of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you out. You hunger, a taste of destiny, you're searching for. Awaken. think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
왕자 리치의 시간입니다.
월광포!
와!
프린스 왜 저래요?
프린스와 원딜이 이 팀콜에 너무 잘 맞습니다. 원딜이 적당히 하진 않아요.
야, 리브 샌드박스 강하네요.
네, 이렇게 잘해요, 리브
네.
샌드박스!
나이트!
리브 샌드박스! 알아다닙니다. 폭격기 클로저. 아직 세상에 낭만이 있구나. 우리는 피오로 간다. DRX 간다. 마스터 오른쪽.
쉽게서 제카가 하이파이브 짜겠죠?
제카. 제카 미쳐. 제카.
또 들어가요.
와, GS 한타 파기로. 야.
이 협곡 지금 오늘 롤도사가 지배합니다. 근데
와, 대박이다.
DRX는 이럴 때일수록 프로에 왜 진출했는지 보여줘야 돼요.
Greetings and welcome to the LCK. We begin playoffs tonight with Liv Sandbox up against DRX. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. And this one is going to get very interesting because Liv Sandbox on a huge streak, looking like maybe one of the strongest we have in here against DRX, a team of veterans looking to stay in playoffs.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be the first time that we see a team that does very well in the regular split, looking really good. Everything clicks. Falter against a team that time and time again in best of 5 scenarios has kind of found their mark. The experience on DRX can't really be counted out, but when looking at the current form of these teams, Sandbox should be the clear favorite.
Absolutely, especially down to the wire at the end of the season. Let's take a look at the standings first. As you can see here, Liv Sandbox, they are in third, but certainly that 5-game winning streak against a lot of strong opponents should bring a lot of confidence to this team.
And it's not just the fact that Sandbox in third place has a lot more series wins, because that makes sense. But look at the colossal difference in terms of match score. DRX sitting on -1, even though they did make it into playoffs. Liv Sandbox plus 13, very, very large win streak as well, because they were actually able to dispatch off of T1 in that final series that they played. And this, in theory, should be the more one-sided matchup that we have here. Third against 6, going to be a tough one here for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, just in the names of the places that they did get, as Gen.G will have their selection of whoever wins from the first 2 matches. They can choose the weaker team. That's what they'd like to do. That's what Chovy said they want to do. And T1 will have to go against the stronger of the 2, which at this point we're certainly feeling like, based off of regular split, it could be Liv Sandbox and KT, but we'll have to wait and see who does make it through. Let's take a look at the predictions for this match. Starting off with the Korean side here. I'm very curious about this as well because we know ours, of course. So everybody so far 3-1 for Liv Sandbox.
I'm feeling Jonah Strong's probably going to go with DRX.
And Jungyeon too.
Yeah, I got a gut feeling.
Wow. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Will we have any other 3 zeros? I know the answer to that. Yeah, 4 more of them. Cubby did go for the 3-1, which, I mean, yeah, even on the Korean side, a lot of people giving credit to the fact that DRX, they've been here a bajillion times before, it feels like. and maybe they can pull off at least one win.
Yeah, and overwhelmingly, we see that everyone is kind of on board with Liv Sandbox winning. The question is more to what extent. And again, not surprising. I'm 90% sure that we would have seen a couple of cheeky DRX votes had they not just lost to Hanwha Life.
Yeah.
That's about as bad of an ending to your split as you can get. That team had so much struggles.
Yeah. I mean, the only way it could have been worse is if they got 2-0'd.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
They were the 10th place team, right? So
they were 1-16.
now they're 2-16.
Hey.
Yeah, you can see that the fan prediction is in favor of Liv Sandbox, but it's not as one-sided, I think, as our predictions did show. So obviously DRX having a lot of long-standing members of the community, namely Deft, who will be looking for some success before the end of his career here in this year. So we'll see how that does go.
Yeah, but it really sets the stage. Everyone in agreement that Liv Sandbox, with what they've shown thus far, their medal read of 12-14 is looking way stronger.
Let's take a look at the points of the match here, which, as we always get for playoffs, it is a super cool video. I love these. Let's jump into the first one. Battle of two teams with momentums pulls apart. Liv Sandbox are on a streak, whereas DRX are not.
Couldn't be more true. Liv Sandbox recently looking way better, and also look the teams that they win against. KT, T1. Some of the teams that have made it to playoffs looking a lot better than DRX has, and for DRX, none of those wins really coming through.
Prospect mid laners on the rise. Definitely both of these teams do have some young talents. Closer, really after getting out from behind the shadow of Faker, has truly taken off here in summer especially. Spring not so much, but you know, he's definitely here now. He has been insane in this mid lane.
Yeah, this is definitely the highlight play of his split. The Akali always was a champion and he used to be good on, but we never really saw that outside of like very individual moments. However, he has been benefiting from the amount of pressure generated by the rest of his team. And for Zeka, first half of the split, one of the best mid laners that we had. And as the split progressed, he was still, I think, together with Deft, the most consistent player on DRX. But by the end of it, wasn't quite enough to string those wins together anymore.
Yeah. See, he's had his fair share of highlight moments, but the core of the meta here at the LCK, it is all about the bot lane. If you have not been watching, we have 3 AD carries in the top 5 of the POG standings here, of our MVP standings, and Prince has been probably the biggest standout, I feel, because we all knew that Ruler was really good. He did stand out himself as well, even going far beyond, but Prince coming in for summer, I don't think we could have expected this good a performance from this guy.
We did not, and a playoff spot for Sandbox when Prince came back in was on the cards. You know, this team very clearly struggled with Envy in the spring splits, and him being strong by itself, not surprising, but to this extent, definitely unexpected. And for Deft, I truly think that Deft, had there been a couple of differences in drafts, had his top side been a little more consistent, we would be looking at a completely different DRX. In the first couple of weeks of the split, Deft was looking like he was ahead of Amy, he was ahead of Prince, he was playing incredibly well, and it was the rest of the team that couldn't really keep up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be interesting to see now that he's kind of in his comfort zone here. This guy has played in 14 playoff matches. It's kind of insane, and that's just playoffs actually, not even the matches in those playoffs. So probably even more best of 5s than that. He's been around the block. As we do take a look at some of the team stats here.
Yep.
Yeah. Note that Liv Sandbox, you know, their early game was never really their strong points, and even with the change in meta, I think they've been able to stabilize that early game, but they're not necessarily a team that dumpsters on their lanes or anything like that.
No, it's really about the combination of their jungle and support duo, Kyle and Croco, finding very, very good engages in the mid game, and the team finding power that they have with Dove permanently stuck on a tank where we like him. His win rate on champions like Gwen is not something to write home about. And then Prince, of course, as we had mentioned before, and Liv Sandbox has a very clear identity, and that to me is one of the things that DRX really has been missing, because we've seen some iterations work, you know, a lot of pressure on Zeka to perform on champions like Ahri. but a true identity for this team hasn't been found. And in playoffs, that's a big risk.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we do have a coach's interview. Let's hop into that in just a moment. Very curious to see what these two coaches do have to say about their teams coming into this one, particularly on the side of DRX, because obviously they are the underdogs coming into this matchup. I think you have to have a very specific strategy about what you're going to do against a team which, with this much power. I would imagine that the Live Sandbox side, you know, just mostly comfortable. But again, very curious to see what they do have to say.
Expecting, personally, the side of Sandbox to also have a little bit of a head start in terms of meta read. We've seen champions like Zeri actually fall off, Sivir rising sharply in priority. Sylas is another one that hasn't been performing that well, and these nerfs to laning power and or laning sustain rather, and the buffs to things like Scorch have really actually kind of led to Azir, as it was already very strong, continue to be strong, but with Sylas out of the picture, expecting that Ahri and Azir to be like very highly prioritized, and that might lead open the opportunity for some focus towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the coaches interview ready. Let's hop into that now.
일단 최소한의 목표로 했던 플레이오프를 달성하게 돼서 일단은 정말 기쁘고 다행이라고 생각하고 있습니다. 다전제 자체가 일단 뱀픽 쪽으로도 영향이 크지만 분명 그 뱀픽을 바탕으로 해서 좀 더 커진 무대에서 선수들이 얼마나 좋은 경기력을 보여주느냐로 이어져야 되는 게 제일 중요하다 생각해서 그걸로 이제 좋은 결과를 가져다 주느냐가 관건인 것 같습니다. 일단 저희 팀은 아무래도 정글을 중심으로 이렇게 이제 운영을 하는 팀이다 보니까 그걸 바탕으로 라이너들이 얼마나 또 정글한테 힘을 실어줄 수 있느냐가 제일 중요한 것 같아요. DRX도 이제 중심이 베릴 선수라고 생각을 해요. 이 선수의 발을 붙잡아 놓는 게 이제 저희가 경기를 풀어 나가는 데 있어서도 편해질 수도 있고 조금 힘들어질 수도 있는 그런 주요 선수가 될 것 같아요. 선발전, 이제 승자전, 패자전까지도 이어지는 과정이기 때문에 저희는 꼭 오늘 이길 생각으로만 왔고 꼭 오늘 좋은 경기력 보여드려서 좋은 결과로 보답하도록 하겠습니다.
저희 팀이 정규 시즌 막까지 갈수록 팀 합이 안 맞고 저희 팀의 저력을 보이지 못했다고 생각하고 있어서 팀적으로 콜이나 이제 유기적인 움직임에 있어서 부족한 점이 많다 생각하여 그 부분을 많이 피드백해야 했습니다. 샌드박스가 화끈하게 싸움을 하는 만큼 저희도 피하지 않고 저희 팀 나름대로의 전력으로 부딪히겠습니다. 미드 쪽에 인원 분배나 교전이 많이 나올 것 같고 또 오브젝트에서도 싸움이 빈번할 것 같아서 다전제인 만큼 매판 그 점을 피드백하고 보완해서 잘 해야 될 것 같습니다. 아무래도 미드라인 제카랑 클로저 선수 쪽에 좀 교전이 많을 것 같아서 기대되는 부분이 있습니다. 크로코 선수는 플레이메이킹이나 전체적인 판짜기를 잘하고 프리즈 선수는 좋은 기량을 보이고 있기 때문에 가장 경계된다고 생각합니다. 휘청거린 부분도 있지만 아직 우리 팀의 저력을 전혀 보이지 못했다고 생각하고 이번 계기를 통해서 열심히 해서 보여줬으면 좋겠다. 같이 잘하자. 파이팅!
And here we go, as apparently DRX are going to meet them head-on in a fiery clash. Not an easy thing to do against this team. Live Sandbox coming in with a very kind of YOLO style. They jump into fights, they're willing to fight at any time, and they're really damn good at it.
They really have been. And one of the key characteristics of this team in previous iterations, think back to the roster with Summon and Effort, was that when they fell behind early or when they met any resistance that was too harsh, they kind of fumbled. But we have seen them this split get so many victories from behind. They won against KT, which still is kind of baffling. Still don't know how that happened because it felt like KT was winning the early game in 3 of those matches, and yet they lost 2-1. Add that to the decisiveness they showed in their matches against T1, and it's a good reason why people are excited to watch Live Sandbox.
In between B and D is Kroko, because I suppose he starts with C, and it could be Cloud Templar, she said also, because that also starts with C. Yeah, I mean, interesting because Kroko will be, I think, a huge key player in this matchup. Speaking of which, here is DRX. Very strong in their own right. They are able to get right into playoffs. We'll see what they can do here against Live Sandbox.
And as mentioned by Sandbox in the interview just now, Beryl identified as one of the key players. Beryl, of course, has been noted to be someone who does exceptional preparatory work, trying to find specific draft-specific styles that work against a given opponent. And it definitely did show, even in this split. They were able to defeat DRX twice, the only playoffs team that they actually were able to beat due to that. And they're going to need to show something similar here, but just drafts, I don't know if it's going to be enough. I'm looking towards the top side specifically, and the jungle matchup is one I'm most worried about. Pioshik, he's had a couple of really good games, but he has that every split. But overall, hasn't really been working out very well for him. And for Kroko, that isn't really the case. There's a reason that he got the third All-Pro jungle role. That's because he's been so much more consistent throughout the entirety of this split.
Yeah, really cool to see that both teams actually did bring in a bunch of, I'm not sure what you would call it, maybe merch? Just signs that you can hold up and probably take home. Really nice to see. As the key player matchup for this one will be the mid lane, apparently, and especially because Zeka has been one of the star players of DRX, I do think this makes sense.
It does, and Ari and Azir, as mentioned, going to be the main things, but it's fun to see the incredible amount of overlap that we have in terms of champion pools here. And it kind of ties into what we were saying earlier. Some of those champions on this patch a little bit weaker, but we'll see whether or not they actually end up making it through the draft. Sivir is the only pick where at this point I'm like, I don't think you can give that up, but there's so much right now. There's Kalista, there's Yuumi still out there. So very interested to see, because the first initial draft I think is going to give us a really good idea of, are we going to see anything different, or are both these teams going to try and stick to the style that they showed during the regular split?
Yeah, it's going to be very key. And speaking of which, Live Sandbox here with side selection as the higher seed. They will definitely pick blue. And yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be up to red side to ban the Sivir, but will they ban the Kalista as well? Are they scared of Prince really playing that pick? Because, I mean, I'm sure he can, but that hasn't really been his main pick, whereas Deft is a Kalista master in his own right. Renata Glass, by the way, did go 7-0 last week, so could be another point pick that we do have coming out here, even though she did get banned on the same patch, or not banned, but nerfed slightly to her health pool. Did not matter. She's still very strong.
And we did actually see in the Challengers players some teams opting into red side. Vi Ari is such a strong duo that there have actually been cases where team picks up Sivir, sure, but then playing that into Vi Ari, especially if you can add another aggressive top laner to that, can definitely be a risk. As I still don't get what that victory ceremony was about.
Maybe it's a Top Gun reference. I'm not really sure, but Tushin was also in that picture there. Very interesting. And Renekton also another key pick. They are going to pick blue side here, by the way. Renekton going 8-2 in the last week, but our two top laners here, not necessarily Renekton players. I would imagine that Kingen might be okay to pick it up.
Yeah.
But into a guy that only plays tanks?
Yeah, when the default Gragas comes out, unless you want to consistently throw bans towards that, it just doesn't feel as good. Even Ornna's a good matchup into it. And then let's not forget that tomorrow we'll definitely get a lot of Crocodile prep. That Crocodile is going to come through, but for today, I wonder whether it'll be one of those picks that, even though I think it is pretty busted on the current patch, might just not really fit the playstyles of either of those two teams. So either we'll see it banned initially, see that continue, or have it not be touched at all.
Well, it all starts here. Ban Phase 1 is where we will begin this playoffs match. And all the things we've been talking about. Silas as well, very much in both of these mid laners' wheelhouses. Could be leaning towards an Azir early pick here for the side of Live Sandbox.
Early Renata takeaway as well. Kalista is another one that I'd expect to be on the ban list without a shadow of a doubt. If that does stay open, maybe Sandbox also want to throw a Draven ban. Pick has been rising in priority pretty steadily. And is also on the chopping block for some of the upcoming patches, going to receive some nerfs. As it will be acknowledged, Crocodile not going to make it through here, but still so much open. Yuumi, Kalista, and Azir to me right now feel like all extremely high picks, but there's even Wukong. Like there's still so many picks where you're like, B1, feeling good about that.
Yeah. Might even try to B1 one of the combo of Ahri Vi if it does go deep enough. There is the Kalista ban, so certainly calling that one out. I think you cannot leave Sivir open to live Sandbox. I think that's, you know, unless you really feel confident that, okay, we'll pick Ahri Vi, we'll dominate the top side of the map, and we'll handle Prince later. But the guy on Sivir or on any AD carry, but especially that one, it's a big problem.
Well, that's the core issue here, is that now Sandbox can ban like Wukong, for example. Azir, I think, is fine, because either you ban Yuumi or you ban Sivir here. And if you ban Sivir, they first pick Yuumi, and then if you pick Zeri, you feel bad about it because they'll twitch. Or they don't ban Sivir, and then, you know, Liv Sandbox gets Sivir. And I know Zeri Yuumi is strong, but at this point, I'm fully on the Sivir train. That goes very, very fast thanks to her great ultimate. And tough decision here for DRX. And it's going to be neither. Going to be the Vi instead. So expecting to see a B1 Sivir here for Sandbox. That is what they've done in the past and works extremely well for them.
It can lane into pretty much anything. I mean, you already have Kalista and Renata bans on the table. It just feels too strong, especially in this meta in the LCK where it's Prince. But again, a lot still available, but this definitely does feel like the strongest pick in our minds. And it looks like Liv Sandbox will agree. So they're going to get Sivir for Prince in game 1. Regardless of the rest of the draft, that's a good start for Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, power the blue side affords you. Because even with the Yuumi being nerfed, I still think that a B1 Yuumi, as mentioned in that scenario, is also very powerful and puts DRX in a really tough position. So DRX, normally, Vi Ahri, very strong combo. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a Poppy with the Ahri instead. Lissandra is, of course, still open, but have seen that pick drop off in priority a little bit. And Poppy, very strong by itself. Also deals with some of the issues that you might run into otherwise, like the Wukong. And the Lucian Nami lanes have not been doing very well recently. We've seen this combination drop off, and except for Ruler, who, that's cheating. Can't make that comparison.
Doesn't count.
Doesn't count. It is
not fair.
It is extremely tough. I personally was expecting a Skarner pickup here because it's Sivir Skarner. Love that combination. Very obnoxious to play into. Extremely strong into Poppy. But instead, Sandbox are aiming to get a early trial pick for Dove. And we are leaning right into the Sandbox comfort zone here.
Yeah, it seems like they don't want to blind pick mid. I mean, they still could here if they really wanted to pick up an Ahri, like we were talking about. Definitely one of the strong mids that is left available. But Kroko can pretty much, or not Kroko, Dove can pretty much play any tank in the top side. So just let him blind and he'll be totally fine into anything, especially because Renekton is banned. So now you're not even worried about really getting boomed in lane or anything in this current meta. And then you just wait and see, maybe what DRX do pick for the mid lane. DRX could hold that for R5 if they really wanted to try to get the counter pick from mid, which I think is going to be the second most critical lane.
Yeah, and there are the Skarner. Skarner and Trundle both seem like no-brainer bans. Kroko has been very successful in either of those, and will actually force him to go into some of his less well-known picks, because Vi, Skarner, Poppy, those have really been the champions that he's had the biggest impact on. And for the Liv Sandbox topside, I was going to say, I think Gwen, maybe even Aatrox. If you really don't want to take any risk, Aatrox. Don't think the matchup into the Ornn is punishing by any means, but at the very least you'll be able to consistently have prio. As it's going to be the Wukong instead, so expecting to see a Trundle come through here then for Kroko, as that has been his go-to into the Poppy in many a game. And also do note that thus far, a lot of the mid-prio picks still open. Really, the Sylas and the Azir have been taken out, but outside of that, both of these two teams not wanting to give any information away, nor going to be the ban away instead.
Yeah, the Gnar can be pretty annoying up there in the top side, but the Aatrox that you mentioned I was really liking because it seemed like the most obvious leftover lane kind of focus pick in the top side for King, and so he is going to go into that. He's played it before. And now let's see what Liv Sandbox have to go into here because you have to blind pick mid. It's just the way it's going to be.
As much as I like my hovers, going to be at the very least the Ari here. So you have two directions. Either you go for the Trundle, a lot of early game power, but I do think that in that scenario, the overall comp for Sandbox can lack some mid-game pressure. Will end up being the choice here. Alternatively, you go for Ari Viego, with which your skirmishing is stronger, but Viego, not a great matchup into Poppy. And this LeBlanc very clearly prepared, and overall DRX mid-game absolutely exceptional. But if you don't get anything done in mid-game, I look at the Liv Sandbox comp and, you know, Ornn, Sivir, Yuumi kind of tells the whole story.
Yeah, I mean, that is a juggernaut of a team fight. Even just the three of them that you mentioned there, right? But you add in some pillars and charms, and you can really control the way that fights break out. The LeBlanc is going to be very interesting, though, because LeBlanc does have a lot of ways to kind of hop in and out and kind of basically say, you know, the hell with your team fighting power, the hell with your, you know, your ability to force fights and stuff like that. I'm just going to go in, poke, and get out, and there's not much you can do about it unless he gets charmed, which hopefully Zeka is on the ball here, picking up the counter pick LeBlanc for game one. He's going to be in a position of trying to carry through the mid game.
Gonna be a toughie. It's solo AP, which as LeBlanc you're always very happy about, means that he will be able to chunk those health bars out, but the Yuumi into what is effectively now mostly a poke champion, although of course you can snowball in terms of the mid lane, or in terms of the mid game rather, where if you're able to pick up a few kills, generally, especially into picks like Sivir, LeBlanc goes in, tries to blow up, and then jumps out again. All about the mid game for DRX. If they can get big mid game leads off of some of their prio lanes, most notably in top and bot, and they can utilize the early power of the Poppy, they should be in a great space. But if not, even if you pick up a Drake or maybe two, if you go into 5v5s without a lead against a team that has been fighting as well, Sandbox, gonna be very tough.
Yeah, should get pretty interesting here right from the get-go, just looking at these two compositions. Closer on a very proactive pick, but so is Zeka. And then you've got Prince down there on the bottom side against Def's Lucian to see if Deft and Barrel can actually put on the pressure against what has been an incredibly strong bot lane. Let's jump into game number one right now. Here we go, the beginning of what could be a 5-gamer. A lot of us did go for the 3-0s and the 3-1s. There was, I believe, only one 3-2. Forget who that was, but it was someone on the Korean analyst desk side, I believe.
Yeah, I was, you know what I was expecting?
Maybe Lyra?
I think so, yeah.
I think it was
Lyra
Lyra.
was the only one who went for the 3-2.
Yeah.
I was expecting 3-0s in the Challenger playoffs. 10 games in 2 days. So I can't wait to see what we're going to have here.
Yeah.
Especially for teams like Sandbox, who, fun detail that was made available to us, the person with the most experience in best of fives on Sandbox is actually KL. That's
Yep.
one of the funniest things.
Yep.
That like ever possibly, because he's made playoffs in spring and challengers, and then also made it to the challenge playoffs and won that with Gen G. So he played a multitude of best of fives, as opposed to some of his teammates who've played like 1 or 2. Closer made it technically when he was on T1, but wasn't on the main roster, so didn't really get the full experience. Kroko, of course, last year. Both for summer round 1, where they got swiftly 3-0'd by T1, and the Worlds qualifiers, which also did not go great. So overall, KL, the experienced player, and then you look at the other end, and there's Deft. And we could it's like just Deft already.
Yeah.
But
Deft has more playoffs appearances than the entirety of Liv Sandbox's team.
Yeah.
By a large margin.
No,
it's like 14-4 or 5?
Yeah.
And that's just regular season playoff appearances, okay?
It's wild.
It is wild. And, you know, as much as obviously Deft is a legend in his own right, this series could end up being a bit of a passing of the torch, you know? I feel like especially these two teams going head-to-head, like even on the side of DRX, they have Zeka, who's really coming into his own, but especially on the side of Live Sandbox with Closer coming in, Prince really reaching the top echelon. And with Deft already saying, as an exhaust is going to be blown here in the bottom side, onto Deft already, he said that he's going to retire at the end of this year. This might be, unfortunately for him, kind of one of the most interesting ways to do it, you know? Even though it is Deft and we will be very sad to see him go, guys like Prince might be able to carry the torch in terms of the AD carry role as one of these new young talents that is coming up big in the LCK.
Yeah, it really is. And we joked a little bit about Beryl, but he himself also, no slouch, has made numerous best of fives, of course. Also got to, this is his 8th playoffs, I want to say, because he made them with Damwon every single time since 2019. And then, of course, also was able to do so when in spring, the DRX looked a little bit more in tune. As overall, do see that the health trades, unsurprisingly, going in favor of Prince and KL. Mana on both sides fairly low, so expect backs to come through relatively soon. As this is a very sad game state for Dove, as his wave is pushing away from him. He's playing into Aatrox, and Croco is now walking up. But it has been a, it's going to be a little while. So Kingen already early on here, very nicely generating a lead. Wonder if they want to go. Pretty sure Barrow can get a cancel here without too much risk for his own life. But decides not to. Don't want to get caught into an all-in. And instead, going to let them back.
Yeah, Beryl definitely a guy that we know he loves to prepare very nicely for the Damwon series, but not going up against Damwon here. But I would imagine that especially in a playoffs match when everything is on the line, it's all, you know, knockouts right from the beginning. He's a guy that, you know, stays up until 4 a.m. preparing, practicing, getting ready for the matches. And I'm curious to see what he's got prepared for this series.
The illustrious Unirome, not one you see very often, as Kyle, Croco making their way over, should be able to pick up the scuttle here without too much of a hassle. And yeah, as expected, top side going rough for Dove. Minus 20 CS is kind of the Dove comfort zone. So as long as he can stick within that range, he'll be fine. As again, the early to mid game, I think, is where the DRX comp is going to spike. It's not impossible to win fights later on, especially with Deft going full the First Strike here. We've seen Lucians with First Strike in late game scenarios be able to pump out incredible amounts of bursts. But whether or not that's going to be the case for Deft remains to be seen, the pick. And the combo really of Lucian Nami really hasn't been as glamorous as it was at the start of the split.
Yeah, I mean, especially with lanes that were just designed, like it was such a big problem that from a very early stage in summer, teams collectively had to come up with a solution. And, you know, towards the end of the season, it makes sense that it kind of fell off in power due to that. Plus other stuff, you know, the rise of Sivir coming in, as we do have a big trade in the bottom side. The bubble is going to miss, though. Prince and Kyle ever pressing the issue and trying to press their advantage here. Ignite onto Deft. As Piosik will be spotted by Croco. And they do put a question mark ping onto Croco. No first blood just yet.
Oh, might force some summoners here.
Oh, that pillar not quite getting the huge amount of value that it could. Felt like it was like in between the dash, but Zeph was still able to get over that pillar.
As, oh, first 5v5. Dove doesn't have TP though. Kingen does, so need to play this a little bit slow as Liv Sandbox, but you do have a ton of time with the Drakes having extra health here.
Yeah, Koshik taking a big chunk, but he's got a little bit of sustain himself as over the wall will go Zeka, forces that Spirit Rush as the Dove ultimate is huge. It's going to force flashes already as Closer will go down. That's the first blood, and Kingen is in the pit, but there's so many low health bars now. Barrel's just going to get zoned here by the Ornn, and Kingen will eventually go down. That will be a big fight win early on for Liv Sandbox.
And even with the Aatrox skirmishing power, not quite enough. A couple of key ultimates still missing here. Pioshik doesn't have his Keeper's Verdict, can't actually split the fight the way we've seen so many poppies do. No calling, no wave available for Deft and Barrel either. And this is a worst case scenario. The only good thing you could say about that is that the money went to Dove. That's still not great, right? Overall, very favorable trades in kills, and DRX playing a comp like this on the back foot feels very, very bad. Oh, Dove.
The Ornhorn is just perfect.
It's just insane.
It splits the entire fight.
And this is an issue that we have seen, because as good as I think the fight here is, and overall, I love the call from Sandbox to go for that. I think DRX also running into an issue that we have seen other teams, including Sandbox, fall for, which is early Drakes really hurt. Right? Like, the amount of damage that has been done to this bot side already is substantial, and in the early levels, like, difference between being level 4
or in the assassin
and level 5 is colossal.
Yeah. No, it is massive. I think that DRX did spend a little bit too much time kind of just getting bullied by the Drake to not much benefit, right? It kind of just put them in a vulnerable position, especially against the Ornn. As Dove comes in on the perfect angle, I mean, they knew this was coming, right? But still, not trusting in the early pick and the early priority that did go to Dove's Ornn. But now we see part of the reason why it was selected. Not for the lane, where he is about 25 CS behind already.
Hey, wave's crashing. He'll go to the
No, it's done
20.
crashing. Nope, it's over. I'm sorry.
Come on, Dove. It's fine. It's only
he's in his comfort zone. He's vibing. He's totally fine.
He's not.
He did his job.
Yeah, I mean, he really did. Because again, getting leads with a comp like this from Sandbox, even if you don't end up getting the next 2 Drakes, who cares? You know, you got yourself so much time, and we have seen Drakes be more important if it's a mountain, and that might change our equation a little bit, of course. Also, early Infernal, very, very valuable as we scale into the later stages of the game. But Sandbox getting an early lead with the amount of pressure that's on DRX is never going to feel good for them.
Yeah. You see what happens to the bottom lane now, the Lucian Nami lane. In the past, it used to get perma-prio just because it would kind of just dump on every lane that it win against in a 2v2, but that's not really the case anymore, especially against Sivir and Yuumi, who can poke but also push incredibly strong and fast. It is rough to play against that, as Closer is going to be in a rough spot here. He is just getting present steadfastly, and down he will go. Zeka will pick up that kill.
Very nicely done. Pioshik in the brush, uses Hex Flash to set that one up, and Closer, unfortunately, gets himself grounded. As a result, does go down here, has teleport available, and Kroko and Kael not going to be able to really pressure Zeka because it is LeBlanc.
Oh, and here is Prince alone now, but Spell Shield pretty easily going to make quick work of that gank.
Yeah, good up. Just not taking any risks there. Even in at that. And of course in the 1v1, Prince definitely still needs to play very, very respectful. Kael's roam not getting that much done. And we do see that with that kill, DRX crawling a little bit closer in terms of goal.
Yeah, I mean, exactly even as it stands right now, just the Cloud Drake in the hands of Liv Sandbox. Neither team has gone for this Rift Herald. I feel like that would be a fantastic kind of objective here for the side of DRX, but they just say, no, we don't want to give up the power that we have in our lanes right now. So we're just going to stay in our lanes. As here we go, the distortion already used onto Zeka. There's the flash force, and he will be able to get away. But an immense amount of pressure onto this mid lane LeBlanc.
Yeah, really, really big, because with Zeka forcing to back, at the very least going to force a teleport. Don't know if Sandbox can actually go for this without the Ornn ultimate available, and they decide the battle of it, which I think is a good call. Kingen just shows up, says, I am Aatrox. No, you will not. And kind of leaves it at that. Daft now finishing his 1-item power spike as well. And even with the early game not quite going into DRX's favor as much as they'd like, they still spike incredibly hard. As here he is again.
Yeah, the steadfast presence this time used earlier to get him in position, so not really able to deny anything. Closer doesn't even have to Spirit Rush in this case, nor heal. So Just a bit of an annoyance from the jungle, but little things like that have gotten Zeka into a slight lead here in the mid lane CS. About 10 as the culling will come down here. And the pillar not going to be on the right side once again, unfortunately, as the final chapter also not going to catch anyone. So nobody getting caught here, and holding on to all summoners is the DRX bottom lane.
Going to be trading 2 ultimates for 2 ultimates, but Prince did have to heal. So favorable trade here for DRX. Yeah, I think letting Prince back is definitely the safer call there, as Croco says you are not allowed. And this priority on Dragons really is in line with what we've seen in 12-14, which is how incredibly vital they are to getting yourself into a good position into mid to late game. Herald has really, even with the extra local gold that has been added, been very low on the priority list.
If there was like one fewer CS there, one fewer minion, perhaps that could have amounted to something. It's not 14 minutes. The teleports are not unleashed just yet. So Dove is just going to early teleport down to the bottom side after he does clear that wave. And he will be here in position. Kingen didn't have to use his teleport as he just walked down here. And we're going to have another 5v5, it's looking like.
Oh yeah, as Dove made his way over, Closer getting chunked.
Chains do miss though, so Kingen can't really follow up on that one. Closer holding onto his Spirit Rush is going to be immensely important for this next team fight. Scuttle Crab also taken here by DRX, so we'll offer them a little bit more vision.
And this is the core issue, is that I think as Liv Sandbox, you're more than fine just kind of stalling here.
Yeah, I mean, you have Sivir too, so you just go bot, auto attack 3 times, come back, and you're denying a wave as you're denying time on this dragon. Take a look now, you've got Yoshik held in here. The Keeper's Verdict is going to come out, and that is going to be the Sivir gone, but not gone far enough, as actually will be the Infernal Drake being taken out here by the side of DRX. Beryl is going to be isolated and sent off to the Wolves, as in goes Closer as well, looking for a little bit more, but everybody else looks like they should be able to get out. Croco will have a pillar here in just a moment. As, he's just able to get over that one as well. But the charm comes in, and that will be a kill eventually, right? Yep, Croco going to take that one down, as the bottom lane is also being pushed by Prince.
And while initially DRX picking up that Drake is a very nice win for them, I do think that the extended trade still goes to Liv Sandbox because they pick up 2 more kills, they accelerate their gold lead. And as long as you can hit your key items as Sandbox, you're always going to be in such an incredibly strong spot here. As do see that due to the culling from Deft, Prince is not able to actually spell shield. So nice setup there, good balance breath from Dove, but then the segmentation here. Even though I think DRX, you remember up right there is no Sivir. So like Liv Sandbox going that far forward, if the rest of the team actually covers for Barrel, maybe you can get something done. But they don't feel like they're confident enough to take that fight, and as a result, we'll end up taking a rougher trade. On the back end though, pick up the Herald, so in terms of gold, expected to somewhat equalize by the end of it regardless. But equal, I don't think it's good enough for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how much value that Infernal Drake is going to get. You would imagine it would be quite a lot, especially because you have LeBlanc, Lucian, and Aatrox in your lineup. All are going to love that Infernal Drake.
Yeah, there is also Mountain Rift,
yes.
though. and you can stack a couple of those. For Liv Sandbox, it makes the game tougher. But a Sivir generally always will be able to with enough time. But for the DRX comp, if your Aatrox LeBlanc comp runs into these issues, it's Pioshik.
Yeah, getting a little bit spicy here. Zeka not really able to do too much to help Pioshik, so Pioshik's just going to knock him away. And Prince just runs out of this one on the hunt. He is on the retreat. He's now Closer here. Zeka looking for these angles. I said before, this is what he's got to do if they want to have some luck here in the mid-game. As the culling comes out once again, heal is going to be used now as they try to trade it back. And they will, but a summoner down now for Prince.
Good bubble, and I'm liking that DRX is continuously making plays on the map and responding to what Liv Sandbox is doing, right? We see Croco and KL mid or a jungle and support duo we often talk about. In this case, it's not Cal on an engage support, but on Yumi. Still works. Good enough. Continuously roaming around the map, looking for mistakes, looking for people that overextend, looking for easy pickups. DRX not giving him a whole lot, but as long as the outer turrets continue standing, as long as Liv Sandbox can just casually scale, keep getting items, pick up maybe a Mountain Drake or two, the mid-game fights from DRX are going to have to be more decisive. And that is really my main point as we go forward and as we get up to that next fight. You can't be scared of this come from DRX. Like, you need to either get Kingen into a backline position or Pioshik needs to go in and start a fight. If that doesn't happen, and you like take it a little bit slow, even with LeBlanc, Zeka doing great work and doing a lot of damage, you're gonna lose out to Liv Sandbox's comp. It's just so absurdly strong in 5v5.
Uh-oh, Zeka distortioning forward. He is LeBlanc, so trying to get in there, but not able to land that charm. But the final chapter comes in, and Zeka elects not even to flash away from that one, maybe not having his Mimic available, not 100% sure. As the chase continues, they get a flash as a bonus out of the Poppy. And that's another kill on the board here for Krako, who is fed.
And this is something that Sandbox does more than I'd argue any other team in the LCK, which is they look for picks so aggressively, right? And it's something that we have seen many LCK teams fall prey to in international tournaments when they play against the LPL. And they're like, well, wait, why are you here? We're not fighting until in a minute's time, as DRX going to pull the trigger here in mid.
Yeah, still 30 seconds until that Drake. And even so, the teleport will be committed to. The charge still happens, so not much that Dove is able to do there, but just his presence threatening enough, as Liv Sandbox will have control over this river for now. There's not a lot of vision from either team in this position right now, but Liv Sandbox, of course, have the human ward vision, you could say, as trying to push this one out with the Sivir as you do.
Do note, there is no final chapter available, no Spirit Rush, at least for now.
Uh-oh. Zeka, again, he's going to have to mimic distortion and try to get away. He hops back and now has to flash. This is the cost of trying to be extremely proactive. Sometimes it works, and sometimes you just get caught out.
And Sandbox, again, they've done this multiple times. They hang back until they're ready to pull the trigger. But DRX still very even in terms of gold. So if they can get on the back line, they can win this.
They have to get into the back line. Let's see the Keeper's verdict. Let's see a fight begin on DRX's terms. If they want to try to get in here, Krako getting very aggressive. The Subjugate going to be used as the Ornhorn now will be blown just to zone everybody away, and Pioshik is just going to go down. Keeper's verdict not available. And that will be the end of him. Another kill here into the pockets of the Sivir as Kingen goes back in just to go back out. And that's another Drake in trade here for the side of Liv Sandbox as they're looking for more. Dove trying to flash forward, not going to get much. But still a massive win here on the board now for Liv Sandbox.
And it's the way that they spread out these team fights. The target selection from Sandbox is just so far ahead of what DRX is able to do. And this is the issue that DRX has run into in many of their games. I think this draft definitely has a lot of windows where in the mid game you can find really big moments, but everyone's got to be on the same page. And like Pioshik's going in, and then we see Kingen like sitting on the wall looking for a flank, like Zeka was in the previous fight, but nothing actually happens. And then the fight split up very, very nicely here. Closer and Dove putting out a ton of pressure, and yeah, you have to peel away there as the DRX bot lane, because what else are you going to do? Stand for an Ornhorn? Yeah. But overall, with this Mountain Drake, DRX's plights are only going to get worse and worse, Valdez, as Dove trades flash for flash. Don't think he had to, but he definitely wanted to.
Yeah.
And as a result, gold still relatively even, but starting to feel very dire for DRX here.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, you know, we keep on mentioning the Ornn. It's crazy how much value it's getting in this game.
Oh,
like, yeah, it is a great champion, but you're up against Solution and LeBlanc, like a Poppy and Aatrox. There are so many picks on the side of DRX, so many champions that have insane mobility that if they were ahead, could maybe try to mitigate the value of this Ornn, but we're seeing just the opposite. DRX kind of just grouping up, passively trying to kite back, and of course you're going to get zoned out by the Ornhorn if that is the case. And, you know, that's why we're looking for a little bit more proactivity from the side of DRX, but with every single fight, the Sivir gets stronger, the Ahri gets more viability to go in on these fights. Speaking of which, another charm going to land. and it gets more and more difficult for the side of DRX.
Really interesting is we haven't actually seen a turret drop. So like because of this, the game still feels very stale. Because you can't actually go deep into enemy territory. Both these two teams are largely ignoring side lanes, as Dove is now 50 CS behind. Which I like to make a lot of jokes about Dove. This is too much CS.
Maybe he gave them to Sivir.
No, well,
No.
yeah, I mean a little bit, like some of them, but the experience on actually is
Maybe
extremely
10.
valuable because you actually want to start doling out ornaments. So just leaving one lane permanently unattended, not a fan.
Yeah, I mean, he has teleport, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely should be inside.
It's not like they're going to burst down
But,
Baron right now.
Hey, DRX isn't in bot lane either, so I guess it's an even trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as it stands, I mean, you could say that Liv Sandbox, you know, with picking up this top turret, should be in a better spot. You see that DRX, though, are trying to push very strongly into this mid lane with Pyosik on the setup, with the teleport coming in. This will be a very proactive fight from the side of DRX. They're trying to burst down Prince, and they do, but the Ornhorn catches that back line. Still, it's only going to be the Nami going down here as Deft is kiting it out excellently. Kingin is going to be a frontline looking for closer here. Doesn't have another dash, but it's still a great fight for DRX and the turret take.
And that's exactly what we want to see from DRX. That's the kind of proactiveness you need to look for. And when they pull the trigger, as we can see, Liv Sandbox caught in a rotation as they diverted a lot of attention towards the top side, and they get completely boomed. And with that, DRX, if you can find a play like that just before a Drake fight, you might be looking good. As Pyosik, really good flank angle here, the teleport called, and they actually punish Sandbox, their movements around the map, which is, I think, the best way to win a comp like this. Now, is it a great trade? It's okay. You don't get Sivir's flash, and you don't get a larger objective, but at least it's a breath of life for DRX fans.
Yeah, you see that Shirelius was used immediately, but Prince couldn't quite get a spell shield off. Pyosik, unfortunately, does go down at the end. He's basically just saying, I'm going to go for the Sivir, stuff like that, as you would expect. And now DRX, this is like the first Drake where they've really tried to make a stand at the river and try to deny some vision. Doesn't look like it's going to work too much, though, as Liv Sandbox push in as 5.
Yeah, that's the core issue, because plays like that are good, but now you are playing against a very tanky Sandbox as Prince. Ooh, very nice timing there from Zeka, able to get all of his burst out before Prince found the spell shield.
Yeah, Prince, he does have a Yuumi.
Yeah.
So that is going to be a huge benefit against the LeBlanc specifically. It's really like it's like a chasing game for Zeka. He's got to do more damage than the Yuumi can sustain to really have an effect in this game. As we are setting it up once again, but it doesn't look like DRX. Okay, now over the wall, here comes Kingin. So it looks like they will make a stand on this. Zeka on the side here. Charm is going to sail wide. It just takes so long for this. As in goes Zeka again.
Big
Another
burst.
Nice, yeah. Big chunk on the closer. That's really what you got to do. The streak is getting lower, down to old health numbers as Prince, again, going to be poked out. And you know what? I mean, the LeBlanc is beginning to have more value than the Yuumi. And it looks like Liv Sandbox will say, okay, we don't want to fight over this Drake. You mentioned before, Chronicler, giving away just the one Mountain Drake is not the end of the world, but it's still a nice look that DRX are able to kind of forcefully take that objective.
Huge win for DRX. And as much as we've been singing the praises of Liv Sandbox, we do see like level leads coming through on the top side, being able to hit key itemization breakpoints. Zeka sitting on Luden's Shadow Flame and a Swordpan boot. So like this is as much that right there. Perfect usage of that power spike as well, right? The lack of Amar on the enemy team, barring, of course, Dove and some of the Merc threats that are available. And the fact that KL, after the nerfs to Moonstone, has opted into a Shirelias, all kind of coming together and leading to a situation where it's actually the Sandbox that doesn't pull the trigger. And it is tough, as you pointed out already, so much mobility is available for DRX, so you can't just pull the trigger. The one thing I'm worried about for DRX, though, is that is this too late? Like, are we too close towards the Sivir 3-4 item spikes? Are we going to see Dove and Croco get more and more tanky as the ornaments are going to start to doled out? That remains to be seen, but much better look from DRX in that fight.
IE third here for Prince against this composition. Ornhorn comes out, just trying to zone here, it looks like. Keeper's Verdict is going to hit the Bella's Breath. As in goes Pyosik now, they're trying to blow up the Ahri. That's not the right target. Really got to get on top of the Sivir if you want to do much of anything. Croco now frontlining as he's just going to jump barrel to death, and in goes Prince, picks up another one, and just like that, Liv Sandbox blow this game wide open.
And they didn't do the Veldus check. They didn't check for stopwatch. Hard engage onto Closer on the Ahri, but sitting on the Zhonya's. He isn't particularly bothered by it. They over-index, and now as a result, Liv Sandbox going to be able to, at the very least, start up this Baron. Zeka, a lot of damage available here.
He's got vision now. Looks like Dove might be a sacrifice. No, he's going to try to go for the Baron, and he is not going to get it. Croco good on the smite. He also has a casual 6 kills on a Trundle. And, geez, this is, you know, Pyosik trying to go hard. Doesn't quite find the Keeper's Verdict target. Sees Closer, looks for it, but it's not quite enough.
No, the problem there, Closer, of course, able to stay alive. Kyle also on duty, engaging into Yumio very hard, and it's understandable the attempt to turn after Dove uses his ultimate just... Oh no.
Yeah, and they're going to feed that kill over to Prince too, so just even more indexing into that. He's also got the built-up Kraken Slayer with the ornament, of course, the Masterwork, and looks like maybe BT next. And like I said, Liv Sandbox, they just blew the game wide open because it's too much. It's Sivir online, it's 3 kills, it's a Baron, it's multiple turrets going down. Before that, it looked like DRX were in the game. Yep. Not so much now. No,
now you're playing into a Sivir that is so fat. Love and itemization, looking like Prince is going to go into a BT here as well.
Yeah.
BT, the lifesteal, the shields combined with the resistances from that that Mountain Drake. If we even get there, like I don't know if we're going to reach a point where probably get the next one, but I don't think we're getting to a soul in this game, Veldus.
Doesn't look like it. I think Liv Sandbox might just go for it. That is a huge burst of damage, but in we go. Looking for Zeka on the back line. Flashing in his Prince as he wants to end it now. And he is going to at least put him into the fountain. As Closer now frontlining with low health. Does not matter. He's got a Yumi. He's going to force the Aatrox back. And DRX, you know, just one by one getting torn apart by these ricochets. Not much that they can do about it now. As in goes King in, one last stand. Prince is just farming kills in the fountain as we speak. As it looks like Liv Sandbox, eventually Prince will go down. Kingen will also be taken out, but that is going to do it for game 1 of this first round of the playoffs, the Worry Bank playoffs, if you will. As Croco, I'm curious how many kills he ended up with at the end of that one.
Yeah, same for Prince. They could have ended the game a little bit earlier, but Liv Sandbox, I mentioned not getting to a soul, but I should have known because it's Sandbox. They win fast, they lose fast. They completely push that Baron buff to the fullest extent. As overall, I gotta say, very, very impressed with what Sandbox has shown here in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, there were moments where it looked like maybe DRX were in it, but it did also kind of feel like Liv Sandbox were just kind of biding their time, you know, which is something you mentioned. And eventually, the second the IE came online and just one slight overstep from Pyosik, that's all it took. The game looked even until that, and then it was over in under 4 minutes or something. It was ridiculous. Look at the gold graph. It's like, oh, we're close, we're close. No, we're not. Not even a tiny bit close at the end of this one.
And this is as Liv Sandbox as it gets, where it's like, Croco out-damaged Closer. Dove did 8k health. It's how this team has been playing the entire split. They're playing towards their bot side very heavily. Croco and Prince both able to again have wonderful games. Finka Al's Yumi also having a big impact. It's always a little bit hard to make a stand on Yumi. And for DRX, we still see the glimpses. If they can maintain that type of form throughout a consistent game, I can see this go all the way. But otherwise, It's looking rough, Eldas.
Well, they gotta plan something for game 2, but guys, we'll have a break and we'll come back with the analyst carpet space.
켜봐. 천천히 하든가. 오케이.
르브랑.
오케이.
한번 얼었다.
야, 아트 빨았어. 아리 필이 나와봐. 터 해봐.
아트 매우.
터.
뒤에서 할게 일단은. 만년설이. 야 뽀삐.
야, 터.
야 추레 켜줄게 이거.
오케이.
뒤에서 할게 이거. 나 이플 할게 이거 봐줘. 아 그만. 빼봐. 조연아 살깡으로.
야, 공룡 빨았어.
힐 2초. 1초. 나비.
야, 끝내야 돼.
아,
끝났어. 그래? 끝났어. 수고했어.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. I am Achilleos here alongside Wolf and Cubby, and we'll be going through the action here during the playoffs. Already our first game underway and concluded, and it's a victory picked up for the side of Liv Sandbox. Wolf, your thoughts on the playoffs so far, and what we can expect moving forward from here?
I mean, it's pretty obvious. I predicted a 3-0 today. I think it's going to be a very one-sided series, and unfortunately, so far this first game hasn't led me to believe otherwise. I think we're seeing great performances from the solo laners here from Liv Sandbox. Better drafting as well.
Yeah, and I think it was so one-sided because DRX, we highlighted their losing record in the second round robin, but especially dropping to HLE. I was really expecting DRX to come up with something special, a couple, maybe answers or tricks up their sleeve. When I look at Piosik and Def, the deep champion pools there, I don't think they were able to put something together in game one. Looking forward to seeing how they changed their approach throughout this best of 5.
Yeah. I guess let's talk about the draft. Let's just look at the elephant in the room here.
By all means.
The Lucian pick here for DRX, Deft has not looked great on it this season. He's only picked up one win on the champion. Sivir is a much stronger champion in terms of wave clear right now. They get the Sivir and the Yuumi here on the bottom side, which allows them to control Drake fights. Plus, you're trying to play Aatrox into the iron wall that is Dove on Ornn. Really frustrated with how DRX tried to approach this draft, considering what we all know about Liv Sandbox's strengths on the bottom side and the top side of the map.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to this draft, too, the thing that really stuck out to me was actually that Vi ban on 3. We've seen Vi as an answer to a lot of Zeri Yuumi comps, just having that point-and-click engage able to go in. I also think it was a gut check from DRX, like, hey, are we going to first pick Yuumi or take Zeri if we take Vi off the board? But no, it's 12-14. Sivir is the dominant champ on this patch. It's been the dominant champ for LSB, and Liv Sandbox proved why it's first pickable and why it's been their go-to for Prince.
Yeah, I mean, definitely some things to clean up in the draft for the side of DRX if they want to get themselves back into the series. But let's go ahead and jump into the highlights. And it was kind of early on in the game, but this seemed to be the first real turning point for Liv Sandbox to be able to get ahead.
Yeah, and it's a really amazing Ornn engage here from Dove. Super far away, forces a flash out of Deft. And the biggest MVP in this fight outside of Dove is actually the Drake itself. Yes, because you don't have enough setup prio. You don't know where the Ornn is right now, necessarily in the angle of approach for the Ornn Horn. You don't have choke point control there. So if you're trying to force this fight here as DRX, when you don't have that extra power, the Drake is working against you every single second you're pulling aggro on it. I think it was a poor call overall to try to force that fight without more control.
And it's something I really, really liked from Liv Sandbox this game with the Ornn. The early TPs to make sure they were setting up through river. When you play against a Poppy, she wants to punish you as you're trying to enter the river in those setups and utilize the big walls to try and get knockups and combos. When you start the fight bot, when you have Sivir perma-pushing that wave, and then Ornn TPs there and you can walk into river for free, really takes away a lot of the engage angles for Poppy and forces DRX to strictly play poke, which they did not have enough gas in the tank until the mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, rough stuff. And we saw that for a little bit, there were some moments from the side of DRX where it seemed like they were getting some favorable trades, being able to take it, go 2 for 2 in mid, then take the tower. It seemed like maybe they're going to be able to claw it back a little bit, but then desperation struck as we get ready to go into our second highlight. Piosik tries to set up for a play, and it all just kind of falls apart from there.
Yeah, Piosik trying to set up for plays here throughout this game. It was a big issue for the Poppy because of the amount of deficit they were in, and this is not the highlight I had in mind exactly, but this is where we are going to see that mid-trade, as we'll get a knock-up here, and this will end up being the instant blow-up onto Prince. And this is what this composition could have done if there was enough proactivity and if they didn't fall so far behind in the early mid. Plus, the fact that Ornn was so ahead despite losing CS because of that earlier fight where he picked up several kills. This comp does work here for DRX. There is some serious pick potential between the LeBlanc and the Poppy setups with flanks if you have just one pocket of vision. But, I mean, the real highlight I wanted to show is when he dove in a second time later on, was subjugated and instantly killed, which is when the Baron was taken. But still, in this moment, you could see actually good things from DRX in this composition as well.
And I actually like the focus on mid with the Poppy, LeBlanc into Ahri. I think that Piosik should have been their third wave trying to die. It's always a play that you have in that LB versus Ahri matchup, but it was a full clear from the Poppy. Aren't exactly used to seeing that. And I think that overall, DRX in this comp it felt like they didn't really have lanes to play through for the Poppy besides mid. They didn't take advantage of that window. So I'm hoping that if this is the approach that we see from DRX, maybe trying to set up some mid-jungle 2v2s, see a little bit more aggression early when those windows are available, especially if they're going to take champions that can do those things early, like the Poppy and the block.
Well, it's time to figure out who our POG is going to be for this game. One, I think it's a little bit obvious, and yeah, if it was anyone else, it would have basically been highway robbery. So Krako was able to take it in the end. Now 8-0 on the Ornn.
He was everywhere, and like he popped off
on the trundle. Sorry.
Yes, there you go. It's all right. It's all right.
First day back
on the
it's been a while.
LCK. You know, last time you were just here as a meme. This time you're here for real. And anyway, going back to the Krako here, the Krako POG, he did so much in the early game. His pillars were threatening nonstop. He got several flashes out of his enemies, out of the enemy team, and also subjugate value into this composition was extremely high into Aatrox, into the Poppy, and helped control, make sure that bottom push was always going.
And I think the big difference maker from LSB, you know, in this Sivir Zeri meta, it's how the team creates space for Prince. And Krako has been a huge part of that in his entire jungle pool, whether it's the Wukong, the Poppy, the Trundle, the Vi. He's always the one that's making the plays so that Prince has space to auto and get all the damage down. As the Live Sandbox theory is, of course, if our marksman autos more than yours and does more damage, we win the game. Krako's a big part of that, and definitely made sure that that was the case for Prince in this one.
Alrighty, well, that's enough from us. It's time to get back into the series, though. The playoffs now going to be continuing. We'll see if DRX are going to be able to answer back, tie things up 1-1, or if Live Sandbox can go ahead and take it to match point. Let's go ahead and resume.
Thank you guys there on the analyst carpet space. Welcome back, Achilleos, and of course, man in the TV, Cubby, alongside of Wolf. But we are right into the draft. No time to waste. DRX did, of course, select blue side. And we'll see if that helps them out. I think that Live Sandbox, the fact that they were able to get Sivir and Yuumi was pretty much, as you would say, illegal. And if we could avoid that from now on, that would make me a happy caster.
I've been brainstorming alternative terms. My favorite was Outlawed.
That's a good one, yeah.
I like that one. Ill-advised, but that's, you know, you kind of want to stay with
That's pretty standard, yeah.
Yeah, somewhat. You know, we really try to push the creative edges here. As overall, the Sivir Zeri handshake still looking likely. Sandbox is one of the teams that often willingly opts into that, having the complete and utter faith. But going to be, by the way, of the Sivir. And as mentioned previously, Zeri definitely dropped. Wukong seems like a very strong pickup here. But Vi is also open. And I would be very surprised if Sandbox don't want to that. Even into the Poppy. I think they don't really care. I think the previous game has shown them that they're more than confident regardless of what is going on. And extra power in the hands of Krako and Closer. We've had a really good 2v2. It's good stuff.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting to me how high value. Okay, that is actually a Giga Chad pick. They know where their bread is buttered, and it is in the hands of Dove's Ornn.
Oh, yeah, you are here. And then you are free Vi.
Yeah,
because
they can't take Vi. I mean, what are you going to put Poppy in the top lane? Like, what is this, 2013?
Hey. If I remember correctly, I think it was done in the LEC.
Great,
but I don't think it won. Which that's generally what you want to have happen. And there are plenty of picks into the Ornn that we have seen. As DRX, we have seen where this leads.
Okay,
I would much prefer when one of the picks doesn't really get punished in the top side of the map. I don't think she's in the greatest states, as frustrating as she can feel. Can still single-handedly win team fights. In the later stage of the game, once 2 items are reached with big ultimates, but pick overall feels a little bit up and down. Into Ornn, though, you're always going to feel very, very strong. And this is as far as it, like, in terms of comp into what will, without a shadow of a doubt, be Vi is really good, right? You have the... Oh, okay, well, never mind. Never mind. As
scrap it all.
Scrap it all.
Shut it down. It's over.
No.
No, absolutely not.
Not on board with this because so the Zeri lock-in for Deft. I think Deft is still playing together with Zeka, like the best player on this team. Getting him a high priority AD carry in theory makes sense, but I don't see a world in which you don't pick Vi here, and now you have the lockdown necessary to take down the Zeri.
You have 3 picks that are like just laughing in the face of Zeri right from the get-go. It doesn't matter what, like as long as everybody's level 6, you know?
Yeah.
Just press your buttons on Zeri.
And additionally, one of the biggest problems that Zeri has run into, besides the rise of Sivir, is that the pick as Prince was I did not have a good time. I do not want Zeka to play that again, and that probably would have been a pick up here. I don't know if this continued priority, now also throwing a ban towards the Lucian, towards that Lucian Nami bot lane, when it has been so unsuccessful in for any team again that isn't Gen G, which that's cheating because they win with everything. We've been over this many a time. Wouldn't mind a Lissandra ban here. I think that the bot side of the map you're not particularly worried about what would get picked up here by Beryl, and as a result, Sandbox can now pick themselves either an AD carry for Prince here, and his Azrael, even though Azrael isn't in the meta at the moment, still quite strong. We've seen picks like the Varus as well. That helps Sandbox. That's bait. Neela is I'm not on board with the Neela. I have seen it falter in many different ways.
Prince can play any number of things that are not Lucian Neela. Like
yeah, we haven't even mentioned Thalios yet, and Prince's like, yeah, that seems good.
Hey, he was on the desk though. He was on the carpet space. I saw him there, so it makes sense that now he's here in the game.
Yeah, Thalios, and so now they pick Warwick support
for
Tibbers. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Bring back any supporters. Love this pick.
I like the Swain.
Yeah, really big fan. In a different world, they would have picked Swain on B3 here and then have swapped it to bot lane into a Thalios. And it would have been great, but that's not the reality we live in, as Lulu seems like the most obvious pickup here. Goes well with the Thalios as well. Leona has been rising steadily in priority, is a great comfort pick for Beryl, and I think that some hard engage for this composition, especially non-committal, is very, very valuable in that solar flare, so I like this pick up a lot.
Leona does a lot in its current state. I feel like it's even really great at healing as well, but the hard engage that you mentioned I think could be the biggest thing, especially with the comp that they have already.
Oh.
Sir Thomas Kench. Yeah, I don't think Kyle's going to be playing Pyke. He has played Rakan, but other than that, and Nautilus, I guess, and 2 games of Thresh. Nothing else has been actually aggressive. So yeah, Tom Kent is going to be coming out here.
Dove, on first rotation for his team, he picked Ornn. He didn't have to swap. He didn't have to do anything. He just sat on his Ornn. And will probably be the same thing as last time around. Looking at these overall drafts, I think the DRX draft has a lot of win conditions. I really like the Swain. I think Swain into multiple short-range champions can have incredible amounts of value. But it does feel a little similar where Pioshik and Zeka are going to have to be able to get a lot done in the early to mid game. Poppy is monstrously strong into Vi and Ahri. But when it comes to the actual execution, Sandbox to me felt light years ahead of DRX. And I'm kind of worried that got to see a similar situation here, Valdez, where you never really reach this area point. Even if you do, there's so much lockdown. And Thalios, no slouch of his own in the late game, especially when he has a front line and a Kench.
Yeah. I just feel like DRX, outside of the Swain and Leona, which I think was a great way to round out their draft, like if they did not have that, I could have sworn we were playing on like patch 12.12. Like they were living in a meta in patches past, which is not really where the strength comes from nowadays. I mean, especially leaving the Ahri Vi available, the Sivir Yuumi in Game 1 available. Those all raise big question mark things in my mind immediately. But I don't know, maybe they can get it done this time. You know, the Swain and the Leona, I think, have immense value into this one. So really, you know, to be honest, I don't want this to be a 3-game stomp, even though I did predict that the Sandbox will take the 3-0. So maybe DRX can get something done here in Game 2.
Just always feels rough. We'd much rather have competitive series, and especially when players like Deft, this might be their final playoff series that we get to witness, and you don't want it to end with a whimper here against Liv Sandbox.
Yeah. Well, he does have the gauntlet the regional playoffs later on, but not technically a best of 5 here in the playoffs. But either way, guys, let's start game number 2. Here we go once again onto the Rift. As very curious to see what's going to happen in the bottom side. Obviously, the swap from... I'm actually drawing a blank. What were they hovering instead of the Zeri?
It could have been Lissandra.
Yeah, that's right. Lissandra into Arivi.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ornn.
Would have been great.
But instead we have Zeri. The Zeri in a very interesting spot in this composition because there is a huge amount of magic damage, including Zeri herself. But other than that, the only AD, the only, you know, physical damage in this entire comp is really just death.
Yeah.
So will be pretty interesting. Might give them a lot of value in the later stages of the game, especially.
And this is a problem that Leonas can run into when you build, when your picks into a composition that has as much magic damage, is that the value of Mercs like dramatically rises. Playing as Mercs into Mercs as Leona always feels really rough. So for Sandbox, in basically every single matchup, barring top, you know, Mercs don't really do that much against Gwen, but outside of that, you gain a ton of value from the MR, which isn't really why you buy the Mercs, but also into the amount of lockdown that's available for DRX. Ton of value there. So overall, personally, wondering to see to what extent that is going to matter in the later stage of the game. As we can see, the Swain never really left in Challengers. Took a while before we kind of invented it here in the LCK, and has been a little bit hit or miss. I think into the RE and into short range comp specifically, like Liv Sandbox, it is very successful, and unsurprisingly, Liv Sandbox played RE like in week 2, I think.
Yeah.
They've been pulling it out for quite a while.
That's the crazy thing, that DRX just come into this and say, okay, we'll just give you not only one of the best mid-jungle duos in the current meta, but also one that you're incredibly comfortable with, you know? And generally, when you see something like that, it means that you have something up your sleeve, like a trick. It's like, okay, we'll let them pick Sivir, and we're going to play like Yasuo Sejuani or some crazy thing, you know? But that's not really what we've seen out of DRX. It's been kind of just standard, but just different, and not quite as strong. But as we've mentioned, I do think the Swain does shore that up a little bit. So let's see how it does go here for good old Swanier, good old Zeka, hopping onto this champ.
He had an incredible game on LeBlanc. Didn't end up mattering for the score, but doesn't really discredit the amount of work that he was able to do. As Croco going to get his back in now. Pioshik has gone for a full clear, barring the topside scuttle, and will be a little bit behind on that. Wonder whether Croco is going to be able to double scuttle here, which would be very nice, but we'll see. Pioshik still staying out on the map here, so going to be delaying his back for a little bit, and looks like instead they might want us to cure that. We'll get a spot Croco on the top side of the map as well. And, like in the previous game, I think that the early game is not really anything that you're going to be very excited about, as early dive. Prince does have Infernum, so yeah, Pioshik also is like, nah, this is not happening. Wave nearly going to be big enough, and don't want to take the risk.
Yeah, it was an interesting idea. He did have to use a lot of time to do that. He did get some nice vision in the enemy jungle, though, so that is something. It's not like all the time just was squandered out there on that kind of long rotation that he was taking to look for the potential flank.
I wonder if Croco is going to check for Scuttle, because if he does, he picks up a free Krabby, gets an easy lead. There is vision, so DRX is going to be very aware of where Croco is on the map for the foreseeable future, of course. He's going to path towards bot side, so he's going to continue with clear. Double wards set up there. Nice cancel from closer. Doesn't really matter, because Zeka is going to be able to TP back in, but still feels good. Delays a little bit of time, and it's 6 that the mid-jungle part of Sandbox really comes online. There's also a substantial kill threat in the bot side of the map once the Moonlight Vigil becomes available. And looks like Croco, or our closer rather, going to take a free back here. Nicely done.
Yeah. You mentioned the level 6 of REVI. I mean, as Swain, in general, like in later team fights, even from mid-game on, once he completes an item, he should be able to sustain, especially if he does get a relatively early Zhonya's. But early on, like right after level 6, his ult not going to help that much if you just get burst 100 to 0. So I think that Zeka will have to be very careful not to get caught out early on and fall behind, because then you lose a lot of pressure from that Swain pick entirely. Because then it's like, well, you were picking this for mid-game team fights, but you just got so far behind that you were not going to survive against that either. So will be interesting to see, as already a Null Magic Mantle here purchased by Closer, kind of leading into that Merc Treads comment you made earlier.
Dove says hello. Goes back to his knee.
Dove sends his regards.
Yeah.
Dove doesn't speak for himself. His bodyguard does.
Yeah. And overall, no really big events transpiring across the map here. Gold lead due to Dove, his usual shenanigans on the top side of the map. Did get some division for his team, which that at least is nice. And yeah, for Zeka, really interesting to see, or really curious to see what direction he's going to take his build into. The main form that we have seen has, of course, been the Mandate Rylai's build, where you are able to amplify the damage of your team very heavily and also stay in range consistently to keep your ult uptime to ridiculous amounts of time. But in that scenario, you are really delaying your Zhonya's, and he has gone, as we can see, for a free stopwatch, which we're always going to be supportive of. So maybe he'll build into that a little bit sooner. Might just look for one big fight in the mid-game, as complete lack of action in this game. And I think both teams are kind of fine with that. I don't feel like either team needs a snowball. You have some pressure points, but for Sandbox, they've always been happy to just kind of sit around and wait till actually actual 5v5s for DRX. That comp skill is very nasty as well.
Yeah, just kind of hanging out. We did a little bit of this in game 1, except the main difference is that we fought heavily over that first streak, which Liv Sandbox did eventually take down.
Awkward lane state here for Dove. His lane is shoving, but he can't quite get the crash. And with Rocco being spotted, yeah, that's true. But he's gonna just have to sack the wave here. And yeah,
what he does.
This is what happens. Yep, that's every time, like clockwork.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Wonder if they want to secure a little bit more first. They should have a read now on Herald being taken here. And that should warrant a response towards that Drake. Croco making his way over now. Only has 1 point in W. Should still be able to chew for this with too much difficulty. Going to pull it out to make sure that it's outside of the vision control ward. And then it will be the trade. But trades where you get a Drake have been very favorable. Dove, though, still doesn't get to touch his wave. So he gets completely sacked by the rest of his team, as Dove often does.
That's fine.
It's 30 CS, Valdez.
He's up there. He wasn't going to zone the Gwen out anyway. Not unless he got an immense amount of pressure from the Vi, which he never was going to. So
this is where you pull the tempo ult, Dove. The crash ult. I mean, he can't anymore.
The crash ult?
Yeah.
He missed the cannon.
As long as no one's going to come to his lane, like this is not getting better. And it was funny at first.
I'm still enjoying it, actually.
Have you ever played top lane, Valdez?
Yeah. No, yeah, of course. This is the worst feeling as a top laner. It's just the fact that we have a top laner like Dove in such a strong team that essentially just does not care about his lane.
Well, he doesn't have a choice either, right? Like, it's not very voluntary in this scenario. As
hey man, first pick Ornn on red side.
Well, that's
there you go.
I mean, that's actually it actually is a very clear sign. It's like, yeah, I'll tank.
Yeah, literally
in multiple ways.
And as it stands, I mean, there is 1,000 gold in the lead for DRX.
Yeah.
There was the Rift Herald taken as well, so that's going to be more gold into the pockets of DRX.
I've been very outspoken. I think that trying to set Dove behind is bait, and in this game, we'll get a good look whether or not that is actually true, because the amount he's behind in experience and the amount of CS he had to give up here is very substantial. Some of it is, I think, is early laning, like he does miss more creeps than he needs to early on, but this freeze, that's something I think that he could have done a lot about.
He had like a little freeze himself,
Well,
and he could still keep it here with the cannon, of course.
Just pruning the wave a little bit.
Looks like he may have wanted to also threaten a stop of a back here onto Kingen. Not like Kraka was going to be in the top lane anytime this game.
Oh,
Did he even go to the top lane in game 1? Like, was he even there?
I don't think so, no.
I don't think he spent even a second in the top lane.
And the slapstick of top lane here is that Dove, like, he's like, oh, I got a couple of minions in front of my turret, and like Kingen walks up, breaks the freeze, and starts proxying. It's like, tells you a lot about the state of that lane. And bot lane, Yoshik, Kroko matching one another. Not going to be going to amount to much here, but if you get an early Drake lead as DRX or as Liv Sandbox rather, I think you're going to have a very similar setup to what we saw previously as Dove. It's just probably going to shove in that wave and then back again.
Yeah.
Might as well.
I'm not sure if they actually saw Kingen. There was a back ping on him, but it could have been DRX's ping. And then there was a question mark ping in their own jungle. There's not even a lot of vision in the enemy jungle for DRX, but they still know that Kingen's totally fine. And Dove will be able to get this crash, finally. It looks like clearing of the wave. He'll back away. He has teleport. And we're just hanging out, Chronicler. This game number 1, or 2 rather, much slower than even game number 1 was.
Eventually, we'll have to get the quizzes out, Veldas. I know you're a bit of a lore fiend now.
Yeah, I read this insanely long post on item lore.
You sent it to me as well, which I really appreciated.
It was really fun, actually.
It was? Yeah.
Just more stuff to look, more stuff to look forward to when the lore expands in the Riot MMO. Here is the crash of the Rift Herald, and that's going to be Kingen picking up a plate himself, which is always going to be nice. Not all of that money just going straight to the tank jungler. And that's about the most action we'll have so far.
Look at that. The vision on bot side, making sure that Prince can just farm. Just sit there and farm. Doesn't have to do much more. Yeah. And until I've seen DRX win a 5v5, I'm not buying. I don't. Split pushing doesn't exist in this game anymore. It's
not anymore.
It's not. It's only a tale told of a distant past. As Kroko gonna cover for Dove.
What insanity is this? So
we
Kroko,
see the question mark pings like, what?
There were like 3 of them. It's like, what the hell is this Vi doing here? Very strange.
Unbelievable. Doesn't he know Drake is coming up in 20 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, to that point, he did back and then immediately start running down towards the bottom side. 1 plate to go to Prince and Kyle. Split here in the bottom lane. Keep in mind that Def did go for Ghost, which isn't going to be hugely valuable for the lane itself, but more so for some of the team fights later on, where you just become insanely mobile, especially as Zeri. Prince did have to go cleanse into Leona. Makes a lot of sense. Speaking of which, trying to go here onto the Tom Ken's, trying to burst him down. We'll see how that goes as Prince is taking a ton of damage. In goes Kroko, trying to isolate down Def, and he's going to take a crazy amount of damage as Prince will pick up first blood, make it a second one going into the hands of Kroko. Here is Zeka now trying to turn it around, but he's all alone against 4 as even Pyosik gonna leave him to die as the charm comes in, but with Sandbox, they already got what they wanted.
And they can get the Drake as well. Neither top lane are able to join. Dove doesn't need to. Kingen can't channel his teleport in front of the Ornn. Will definitely get cancelled, and now as a result, kill on Prince. He can back while the dragon is getting taken, and this is why, even before Vi and Ahri was as popular as a combo, we consistently saw Kroko's Vi get banned every time.
Yeah.
It might not be in first rotation, but it's definitely in second. Now, they are going to give up a turret for this. Kingen's gold lead continues accelerating, 50 CS now. But this is all going according to the Liv Sanders playbook, and I'm looking at the gold lead. It's big. If you can stack a number of Infernal Drakes, if you can actually win some fights as DRX, you're looking splendidly. But the decisiveness of Sandbox fights is so hard to deal with.
That fight really changes everything because I feel like they would have had a nice... I'm even going to maybe have to hold that thought as, no, there's enough members of DRX down here in the bottom side to thwart any kind of dive attempt onto a Swain with stopwatch
and
and
level
ult.
11.
Yeah, probably a good idea not to dive there.
No, that's
maybe getting a little excited, you know.
Or Sandbox, they do love diving.
Yeah, I can say that in this series, not the next one.
Oh no, tomorrow. That's not.
Yeah, that's a banned word, but I can say it today, so I'm trying to get all the value I can. But yeah, the all-in on Tahm Kench. What do you think about that one, Chronicler?
Yeah, not ideal. Kyle able to tank a little bit on top of his Glacial Augment, and then yeah, outside of that.
No vision in River. I mean, it's incredibly forced.
Yeah, it really is. As actually, it was Barrel's Glacial Augment. I don't know why I thought Kyle would ever go that on Kench.
Hey,
as
Zeka
Closer
getting pretty low here, trying to maybe use that stopwatch. The charm is gonna get him though, and now another kill over to Krako as level 6 is the Tahm Kench to deny any kind of fighting here as Kingen is trying to get something going with the needles. Does do a lot of damage as now. Horn here, and another charm is going to land as he just does not miss those today. Closer is going to pick up a kill now. And the landslide has begun, and they're still behind in gold. They're still down on gold, not for long, but man, Live Sandbox in total control of this game.
Just expertly done from Sandbox. The way they play out these skirmishes, this is why this team has been as decisive throughout really the entire second half of the split. As we see Closure get a lot of damage down here, but the moment that Zeka pops his ultimate becomes a little bit harder, and I don't know, Closure actually looking at the health probably would have gotten him regardless. Crocker just making sure that he actually gets him, and then here we see Closure completely out of position, or completely safe. Kyle even has Devour, like they're not even using that. And then the Flash Charm. Just very nicely done. And it's just a very tough time for DRX, as they're not even behind in gold. Like I know they weren't before that. They're still not.
Yeah.
It's like 100 gold difference.
Yeah, and it really does not tell the story. It's pretty much even gold, and Live Sandbox, I mean, all of their carries are fed. The Vi is just insanely huge right now. I mean, I feel like this game, maybe even more than some of the other games we're going to see in the series, including Game 1, might be the biggest draft diff in my mind. Like, even the point you mentioned about Krako getting Vi, like, he's been playing that champ for what feels like ages. And they got Ornn and Ahri. And they spent a bunch of bans onto the bottom lane, and then they got Aphelios Tahm Kench?
Yeah, it's
like, what?
It's the ultimate Kroko champion. You know, turn off brain, go in, kill see champ, kill champ. And it works. It really does. And overall, what DRX have been able to get for their efforts is a lead on Kingen, which, yeah, he's on 2 items. He's very, very strong, but is that going to be the difference maker?
Better top lane wins, Chronicler.
At what point does Dove decide to revive the old Nuggery tech and just build himself a support item? When does he? When is that relic shield coming through? He's not farming anyway. He's sacking his waves.
He's not farming anyway. Yeah,
he doesn't care about CS.
It's true, you know, like at a certain point.
Just give that goal to Krako.
Oh, this is just sad.
Yeah.
Pivot going to have to drop that down. It is at a decent time, though, if you will, as that one's going to be canceled. Gwen is immune, in fact, as Ultimate's blown here by both the Ahri and the Vi, and that's right before the Infernal Drake does spawn.
Big moment. Might actually lead him to get a Drake, and yeah, Kroko, unless you flash and make sure that you're inside the Shroud when that happens. Gwen, stay alive.
Dove is just eating so much of this damage, though. The Ornn is going to come in. That is Prince. Booped out of the fight now as Dove is just going to get devoured at the end of it all. Ton of damage does go into Dove, and he has teleport.
Ooh, a lot of ultimates down now on both sides. Deft still has his. Teleport gonna come in from Dove here. Does need somewhere to teleport to. There's a ward there behind the pit.
Yeah, could go. Okay, he's just going to go into the mid lane as in goes Kyle. Not sure about that one. Might just be fish food as Now he's going to be taking a bunch of damage on the front line. As in goes Prince! He just gale forces into 4 of them! And is looking to burst down everyone. Now Closer only doesn't go in because Zeri is a thing still. Lots of low health bars here, but Prince having the largest one is going to make the difference.
Oh, Prince rolling the dice on that one, but it works out. Gets a huge ultimate. And now, sole point for Sandbox. 20.5 minutes in. It looked like a possible turning point for DRX, but unfortunately didn't actually come through as...
Oh my. That was close.
Yeah, Croco didn't have his, smite, so he just waited.
Calculated.
Haha.
Yeah. Now, some of this was very...
Oh, Zeka, that is not... Yeah, I think Zeka was expecting... as, yeah, he really, really critted them well there. Prince on what I think was... I don't even know if it was 2 items. Definitely... No, not even 2. You're going to feel good about that one. As overall, with that fight, Sandbox now taking complete control of the map.
Are they doing Baron?
Oh, yeah.
They're just doing Baron at 21.5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, over the wall.
Over the wall, yeah. Croco, not very much a tank, as Dove is just playing Zoner.
No.
And I don't think this is actually going to work, though, but let's see. They're going all in onto Dove here as the damage is close enough, and Ari takes it down of all people. As, okay, let's see, only 3 of them will get away. Kingen looking for more as the Needles, still a bunch of them left over here, so that's going to be 3 of them going down. Again, they did not have to do this, but Live Sandbox choose to try to take down a very early Baron.
Oh, Prince does have his flash available.
Yeah, he's almost, oh no. He's just baiting him in. He's looking like a tasty snack. And Pyosik fell for it 100%. That's just a free kill onto the Poppy. That wasn't supposed to happen.
That's more gold into the pockets of Prince, and picks up his Lord Doms now, already sitting on a BF sword as well. And as you pointed out so beautifully, Valdez, they didn't have to do this. Because Croco has to smite here. Also goes for the Q to like generate the maximum amount of burst, and as a result will die. Gudeka also gets taken down in the backhand because DRX, they might not have initially suspected that Baron was getting done when they saw Kael and Dove, but pretty quickly they caught on, getting zoned away, and then this, very, very unfortunate. Giving kills over the Prince at this stage of the game is going to be so insanely debilitating as you get to the later stages, because now, like, he was sitting on Last Whisper and I think a crit cloak, then he went home, and because of the Baron and the kill, he got Lord Doms and a BF sword. And I guess a new crit cloak.
Yeah, kept the crit cloak.
It's just not... It's
Fateful Lord Doms.
Yeah, it's just not a good time, Valdez.
Yeah, Prince, he was like, I got a little bit outdone in game number 1. Croco took a bunch of my kills, so here in game 2, I'm going to make sure that I secure Pog. And he might just be able to. I think the really nice Moonlight Vigil in that last team fight into just getting insanely fed, helping clear out the Baron, might be enough for him. Insane plays on this AD carry, which is definitely what we expected. And what is the answer now for DRX? Still, you know, again, this game has been interesting in the fact that the gold lead is pretty much insignificant. It's only about 600, maybe now 1,000 as this turret goes down in favor of Live Sandbox.
Stuff is 100. I'm going to double down. Buy Relic Shield. I'm not kidding. Do it, Dove. Do it.
Do it.
Do it, Dove.
You won't.
Come on. It's just... Every wave is getting...
stacks.
I'm not kidding. Every wave is getting stacked anyway.
Well, he needs to... kind of to the point in the first game as well, which, by the way, will we have a collapse here? It's a long lane. They don't have full vision of the enemy jungle, though, so a little bit apprehensive. Still going pretty deep is Croco and Kael. As we know, the Leona is nearby, so they're just not going to do this as they find Beryl, but again, that's the Leona. They don't want to go onto him, as everybody on the side of Live Sandbox now just getting the hell out of there. As now looking for the turn, the Ornhorn does come out, forces the flash out of barrel as now the Goon Squad right over the wall, but straight into an immune Gwen. It's not going to amount to too much.
Ooh, and this is actually a very favorable trade for DRX. If you look at the ultimates used, no Ornhorn, no Vi ultimate. Those are very, very big. And
a Spirit Rush.
Whoa.
Going in onto the Ornn, that's not what you want. As okay, see you later, Barrel. He's going to go down pretty much for free. As in goes Pyosik now, trying to do something to combo. But where is the follow-up of damage? Now Kingen rather is in this fight. And the Needles should be able to do a lot of work here. They're going to take out Kyle as the Moonlight Vigil goes wide. Prince not able to follow up on the damage, but Closer and Prince still alive and kiting this one out. As okay, Demonic is going to go down, and Zeka just gets sniped from miles away, and Prince cannot be stopped in this game. 5-0 and 4, and just kites it out perfectly.
They don't even need Devour. Prince's positioning in that fight was beautiful, and as a result, no matter how hard Deft is trying, the team just doesn't seem to be able to win fights.
Okay, well, we do have Barrel nearby, but it's not going to amount to anything as Closer gets in, gets out. This is Infernal Soul for this composition at 26.5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a moment on that one, Veldas, because this is looking like an opportunity, but as often as has been the case for DRX, you have a lead. That doesn't mean that you win any fight that you take. And it starts out looking so good as well. Like Kingen and Zeka are onto the enemy front line. But a lot of damage. A lot of cooldowns go into Kael, go into Dove.
Yeah.
And Prince can hold onto his flash for this long. He's on 3 items right here, right? Like, he is monstrously fed.
Damage.
Yeah. And the moment Closer hits a charm, like, it's effectively over. Prince just hits them with Infernum while he's sitting on an Infinity Edge Spike, and that's the end of it. And then to add insult to injury, just not able to take him down. Like, it's just a...
New Ahri is very fun. I say new, but it's been quite a while, obviously. But that changed Ahri has made her a menace in this meta and meta's sense. That change...
Hey.
Just because you can do stuff like that.
Valis, you know what? Dove just finished his 2nd item of the game.
Ooh.
I know!
Force of nature.
Ooh, Dove. Amazing.
Stacking them up, you know? And, you know, like we said in the beginning, there's a ton of magic damage here on the side of DRX, even within Zeri's kit. And the poke that she's able to do. Deft, I mean, he has 4 kills. He also has 3 items and a stopwatch. So maybe there is a world as they're going to go in onto the Tom Kench again, as it might work this time. He's getting incredibly low. Down he just go. The Swain's still alive. Closer trying to get that damage in, but not really getting much done, as now Dove is going to be isolated. That's 2 picks now to the side of DRX. And the chase is on.
Cool, they need to play this very carefully.
Oh, man. The kiting power that they have is insane, as now they're just going to kill Pyosik. 1 charm. And that might not be the last charm if DRX opt into this.
I think you abandon. I don't know if you can do this.
They're trying to force it really hard. Down goes to Leona. Down goes to Gwen. Where is the damage? It is all dead. Legendary is Prince. Look at the chakrams he has. He's got like 2 layers of those things. And Deft just can't do anything. He's all alone over the wall.
He's trying so hard.
Okay. All right, Deft. But unfortunately, he just can't get in range.
No! He just has E. Oh, he doesn't even need his blast goes over.
Yeah. Closer getting excited himself. That's a turret going down. 8 kills for Prince on the Aphelios.
Oh, the Frio is feeling more and more likely, Veldas, because with the way these games are going, there's not a lot of upsides here for DRX, unfortunately.
Yeah. Game 1 became one-sided after 1 fight. Game 2 has felt one-sided since our first fight, which was, it was like 12 minutes into the game. But still, as DRX go all in onto the tank line once again, but it actually kind of works out this time.
Yeah, this time it does work, and this is where we actually see the resources that Kingen was able to pick up work out, right? Because yes, Ornn and Kench are tanky in theory, but they buy time for no one because the rest of the backline can't approach as...
Look at this snap.
I don't want to.
Look at it.
And they know the game isn't over yet because Zari's still alive, and Deft really tries there, but isn't able to actually get the damage down. Low health bars of Closer and Kroko going to remain low, not actually being able to take them down. And Baron's now going to make the entire map live sandboxes. The gold lead monstrously climbing up, and with Elder in a minute and a half, I don't know how DRX are going to come back from this one, Valdez. It is, even with how fed Deft is, I don't see a way. Like, look at Prince, look at Closer. Look at Kroko! He built a Zhonya's!
Oh man, that's what you like to see. He's really buying into that Valdez stock here, and it is going to help him out because he could just go all in. He doesn't even need to. Kroko has not been needed here in this fight just yet. It was just Closer 100-0ing Pioshik all by himself. It's okay, we are going to have the root come down now. Deft going to go into that ultimate. Dove trying to zone this one out as they kite this one back as another root goes in, forces the Devour, but in goes Kroko. And we know he's got that Zhonya's. He doesn't even take any damage anyway, as this game is over. Zeka has a stone plate, and it just does not matter. This is 2-0 so far. Very stompy here in this second game. Prince gonna end at 10-0-6 on the Aphelios.
And in the previous game, I think Kroko was a big part of. In this game, it was that Prince-Closer duo. Because the amount of setup we saw Closer do was good. But the amount of damage that Prince did was not okay. I want to see the damage chart, Valdez, because I am fairly certain that it will not be even close to okay. And looking at DRX, because Live Sandbox, they do what Live Sandbox has done, and we learn again that trying to target Dove just, it doesn't work in the current meta. The way that the LCK works, we haven't found a solution. No split pusher seems to be strong enough to actually deal with what happens the moment that team fights start coming through. And I don't think that DRX is going to be able to solve that equation by themselves. Camera zooms in on Deft. Definitely not his last games, because as you mentioned, we will be seeing them at the qualifier, but it's not Deft. That's that's the issue here.
It's not Deft, no.
It's the entire team of DRX just not coming together.
It's just some of the issues they had before are kind of plaguing them, and I feel like some of the draft issues as well, those have been maybe bothering me more than anything else.
Yeah.
Especially here in Game 2. Obviously, it's not the draft in this one, although it certainly didn't help their cause. Guys, we're here at the Rebank playoffs of the LCK. This is so far 2-0 in very one-sided fashion. Let's see what happens as we'll have a break and have the analyst carpet space again.
빼야 돼. 그런 마크. 너무 빼줘.
옆에 마크보다 들어오면 한 턴 빼야 돼 이거.
야,
여기 좀 봐줘.
빼면서 이거 제리 수식이야. 제리 수식. 아리 봐줄게. 아리 봐줄게. 한턴 빼. 다시 들어가자. 아리 봐줄게. 야, 워키 빠졌어. 앞에. 지금 와봐. 야, 제리. 제리 잡았어. 제리 봐줘. 잡았어.
나이스.
야, 가자. 미드라인 가자. 야, 그랜 누구인데? 오케이. 수고요. 수고요. 수고하셨어요. 바이. 아니, 뭐야, 얘.
Breathe in the wild. With the strength of the bear. The drive of the ram. The will of the boar. And the cold fury of the phoenix. A storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
The night beckons while you dream.
랜더 파이널 대결 시작하겠습니다.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. Feels like not much time has gone by since we were last here on the show, so let's just go ahead and dive straight into it, get down to brass tacks. This was a very one-sided affair from the outset. I know we were sitting back looking at the draft and had a lot of question marks surrounding DRX.
So, I'm going to try to be brief, but I really didn't like this draft from DRX. We saw in the previous game.
Stop there.
I'm not that brief, but the previous game we saw the Vi ban, which Cubby mentioned was kind of a bit of a red flag, because if you think the problem with Live Sandbox is the Vi pick, then you're going to have a lot bigger issues you're going to be contending with in this series. This time they didn't ban the Vi, but then they prioritized the Poppy without knowing what the bot 2v2 is going to look like at all. Not a clue, no idea, which means it's not going to be strong unless you have a strong power lane there. But what it does do is signals to Live Sandbox immediately, yo, we could pick tank top, they don't have Trundle. They instantly grab the Ornn, they get Ahri. There's no way to ban the Vi because Poppy is first picked, so they get Ahri, Vi, Ornn. 3 critical picks that this team has been using non-stop throughout the last parts of round 2, and you just gave Live Sandbox everything they wanted.
And also what I liked about it is the fact that Poppy, you know, that first pick doesn't really have any great lanes to play through. The only one that you can really hit is mid pre-6, but after that, Ahri gets ult, and all of a sudden, Poppy doesn't really have a place to go. And I really think that we saw DRX struggle with that in the mid game, while we saw them continuously try to focus Tahm Kench. They're just no good targets and really hurt them moving forward.
Yeah, just felt like by the time, you know, there was like this steady build up to some poking and prodding back and forth from the outset of the game. Not a lot of action, but then when the action did begin, it was very explosive and it was very repetitive, with a lot of focus being dealt down to the bottom lane. So we'll go ahead and take a look at our intro little highlights here as 4 kills get picked up from the side of Live Sandbox in very repetitive fashion.
So the first time this happens is when DRX try to make a play with said Poppy and are unfortunately playing it into a Tahm Kench. Prince has ultimate here, and this composition is very bad at scrappy fights and skirmishes. If there isn't a Swain with ultimate there, probably not fights you want to be taking or forcing. So they forced a gank here, it fails. And the second highlight, we see once again, Closer finds Swain, who's trying to come over here when they're side laning bottom side, and then they force another fight here, another skirmish that they can't take.
And I thought Closer was just fantastic this game. Ahri was going to be a big pick coming into this, as it's Zaka's most played. And Closer, you know, taking that after the Poppy was shown, I think he really stepped up in the way that, you know, he was able to land these charms, but also how Live Sandbox capitalizes off of CC connecting, I think is really what is starting to set them apart as one of the top teams that we have in playoffs.
Yeah, just incredibly clean there. I think Closer as well having a much more just powerful performance on the Ahri this second time around. Last time he was like getting a bit of a participation award, he's nailing his charms, so this time he was really just finding picks, melting down, you know, people that he really probably shouldn't be able to like basically one-shot, such as Spearchick on that Poppy. So just continual picks from him, much better, and I think he finishes the game without a death either. But let's go into our second highlight. This is a bit of the heartbreaker moment here for the side of DRX, where it looked like they were getting back into the game, and then they get shut out.
Yeah, really nice start to this fight. Of course, they identify Live Sandbox rotating over to Baron. The Ornn here, not amazing, but buys just enough space. Notice who survives here for Live Sandbox. It's all of their carries. So you have Closer, Prince, and of course, Krako here on the left side of this fight. And DRX, instead of just turning away and going for Baron here while trying to delay these backs, decide to all in into this choke point. Prince has a control ward in this push, but they should know he's there. And he just goes back, sets up for an insane ultimate here after Pyosik goes in by himself alone, which was a common theme this game and the last one. And then they just walk right up into the Prince ultimate. There's no damage here. Where's your range? Where's your follow-up? Where's your 80 carries on the completely other side of the map? This is just a really frustrating moment for me. Go on, sorry. I just wanted to further say I'm frustrated.
No, it's all good. I think what really, again, impresses me about Live Sandbox is how they play around their cooldown windows. Because when you have Vi, Ahri, you have these very bursty combos and bursty fight patterns where you're trying to follow up on the CC that connects. Prince is always there to follow up on when Live Sandbox goes in. That time around, Deft was not, but if you watch this VOD, Prince's gun control and how he positions to make sure that he's always in position to damage when a charm lands or a Q lands from Vi, it's really next level. And one of the reasons why we really hold Prince in high regard is one of the strongest AD carries in the LCK.
Well, speaking of Prince, I think we can almost safely assume that it's going to be the POG, but let's go ahead and confirm whether or not that is correct. And yes, it in fact is. He picks it up 10-0 and 6. What a performance.
It was the very, I think, refined boom boom damage this time around. You know, sometimes we just say, okay, boom boom damage vote, but this time it was very careful, calculated, really nice positioning, as you just pointed out, Cubby, but also his ultimate usage to make sure he gets maximum value out of the AoE all game long. I mean, just look at him in this fight, pushing between Calirum to get the extra range here. This fight we just watched moments ago, we're gonna watch it one more time, setting up the damage once the CC lands, and then just saying, all right, are you guys really coming in here? Because if you do, I am ready, I have my ultimate available, and he just did so much for his team this game in terms of the straight up 5v5 fights, but also in skirmishes in the early parts.
I think the previous fight around that bot dragon, for me, like, if I'm going to teach an AD carry how to play Aphelios, that's a VOD that I want to hit on. Like, his gun control, how he decides what guns to bring in the fight, having the green to make sure that he has the poke, then rotating out to the blue later, really capitalizing off those windows. To me, it's why Prince, again, he's known for his Aphelios. It's his most played by far. We figure that one of the win cons for DRX would be swapping into Sivir Zeri. Well, the Aphelios from Prince was pretty damn good that game, so we'll see what else DRX has up their sleeve.
Yeah, well, they need to have something up their sleeve, and they need to pull it out very quickly here, as that's 2 games down. They are fighting back. They need to fight back here. Pull off a reverse sweep if they want to move forward. Otherwise, Live Sandbox is set up to take this first match here in the Woody Bank playoffs. We'll hand it back over to Valdez and Chronicler to carry us through what very well could be the last game.
Thank you, Carpet Spacemen, for that wonderful breakdown. And yes, this is certainly looking like a last game, but one more chance for DRX to potentially pull something off here. It's game 3. They get blue side once again. I think certainly after that game, you have to look back and say, you know, what do we do at all stages of the game? And maybe they'll have an answer.
Problem, of course, for DRX is it's such an uphill battle, because what we've seen is blue side still insanely strong. And if you are a team that drops, you know, down one series and then you win on blue side and you keep going back and forth, that's tough in of itself. But right now, even if you win this game, you got to win what will be 2 blue side matches as well. So it's a toughie. A lot of opportunities for Live Sandbox rather, not a lot for DRX, and do need to see big draft adjustments here, because I don't think can allow Live Sandbox to get what they got in the last game.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page with that one. So let's see how things change up here. As for the side of Live Sandbox, you don't have to change much. They went with Sivir, Sylas, and Kalista bans on red side. I think you can just go ahead and do that. Zumi gets banned here once again. Sivir is going to be banned before Sylas. So maybe a little bit of a change up here on the side of Live Sandbox.
The Sylas ban from Sandbox as a Darius Divide ban was initially somewhat surprising to me, but considering the extremely high priority that they've placed on Ornn, actually does make a lot more sense as, oh, that's a read. That's a read if I've ever seen one. Now, Azir and Sylas both open. Now, Sylas, on the previous patch, was a very, very good counter pick into the Azir. And it has been hit a little bit harder due to the sustainers, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sandbox does it anyway. It is the archetypical closer champion. Alternatively, we might be in for a treat, because closer has been known to pick Akali in this matchup. And closer's Akali is definitely explosive.
The stuff of legends. He's only played it 3 times. He's won 3 games on it. Wouldn't be surprised if those were all into Azir. Ahri is also left available. It's strong even by itself, so it's not like it has to be picked alongside of Vi. You have Wukong still available. There's Viego still available. You can go for Poppy yourself. You know, there's like a million picks in the jungle that you could go for. It's not Ahri Vi, but it still is going to be very strong, as we're thinking about a Gwen pick here for Dove.
And different direction here for Sandbox. Definitely would be a big switch up in terms of the type of champion they pick for Dove, but it does fall into the larger theme of we are blinding for Dove, and Dove is just going to sit in lane and try to have an impact from there on out. Also, really showcases how highly Sandbox actually values getting the jungle counter pick for Croco here, making sure that he gets a matchup that he's extremely comfortable with, and the performance from Dove has not been great. Jax, in theory, is a counter pick, according to what has been told many a time. And in
According to
theory,
MOBA Fire.
well, I think the idea behind it does make a lot of sense. How heavily Gwen relies on auto attacks, the fact that Jax is an incredible duelist, but actually working out, we haven't seen it yet. The one upside of this is that if you get King in the head the way you did last game, then Dove is actually in deep trouble. As the Zeri is going to get picked up here. No jungle champion for Croco yet, so expect DRX to hit that champion pool very heavily.
Yeah.
Alternatively, can also go for something like a pick away or a ban rather of the Lulu to deny that.
If we had seen any team in the last maybe 4 weeks pull off a side laning composition well, even then I don't think I would have been happy with the Jax pick. But that is going to be the option that they do go for, and maybe I get proven wrong here. The Trundle as an option, not going to be available for Croco into this Poppy, which for the 3rd time Pioshik will play here.
Imagine Trundle Skarner is going to be the bans here. I don't think the Lulu is high enough priority for you to ban it away. And yeah, I'd love a pickup here of Zeri Lulu. And then can play towards more that mid-jungle 2-for-2 again. Going to be the Wooking instead, so Skarner seems like a no-brainer. I personally would like it if they pick themselves up the support here and save the counter pick for Croco, but Sandbox isn't really a team to throw a really big curveball, although Croco is smiling a lot. On an R5 jungler, the way that, for example, Damwon Kia has, so might instead opt to see what DRX is going to bring and pick like maybe a Karma or something accordingly. Is going to be the case. No surprises there. Will be Skarner here. Not combined with a Sivir this time around, so not going to get as much pure value from that Sivir-Skarner combo we've seen be so successful.
Yeah, and this time, you know, Dove's not going to be in a great spot once again, but also Croco's going to be behind the 8-ball in the jungle. As Neela is being hovered here, will we see Deft play it? Yes, he will be playing Neela. When everything is on the line, he will go for this pick. So I feel like both sides kind of mixing things up here in Game 3.
Wonder what direction Cal's going to go into here. Alistair, I think a pick that augments the rest of the lineup well. Provides some much needed primary initiation, something that currently they are lacking. With the Lulu, I think the Lulu-Zeri combination is still quite strong. Polymorph still very high value into picks like Jax, but does mean that the Sandbox comp is very reliant on either finding an angle or hitting charms, setting up picks. So if you lose control with this comp, it is much tougher. Overall, I think a much worse look for Sandbox in terms of draft. Still a lot of the power picks for them. You know, closer on Ahri, Croco and Skarner, we've seen this combination work on expertly very often. Prince on Zeri, even though the pick has been kind of dropping in priority. And I don't love Neela, and I don't love Jax, but overall, the DRX comp, if it hits hard. Like, if you get ahead with a Jax, you should be able to completely dunk on the Live Sandbox top side, so definitely gamble that they're taking here, but you're down 2 games. Might as well try to gamble, because playing straight up doesn't quite do it.
Yeah, we have seen that be a bit of an issue in the past couple of games. But yeah, at the end of the day, I feel like both sides kind of losing some of the power that they had in the last game, as that is an Alpaca with a thumbs up. Amazing how alpacas have evolved in the short time we have had here at the LCK. That's Dove on the left, although not a very...
Not very flattering.
Yeah.
Artist having a great time, though, which is important. Yeah.
DRX's summer is not over.
Well, Deft Puck would have happened had they won the game, but they didn't. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still hoping for that.
There is a chance, but I have seen Neela's in the last pick many a time, and it hasn't worked out ever thus far. Both in the LCK and in CL. So I I don't have a ton of faith, Valdez. Maybe Kingen on his jacks is enough to pull me through. Maybe Deft can make me see the light, but feels like a big risk.
It absolutely is. They're putting everything on the line here for game number 3. Let's see what happens as we hop onto the Rift. Well, this is one way to start off a game. Invade with 5 immediately with the Skarner.
He went Predator, though, which makes me very happy. So we're just waiting. Still plenty of time. Dove already making his way back to his lane. And I'm not gonna... They suspect something's up. Don't know if they watched him on the initial approach, but should be fine now, as it will only lead to some vision being put on the bot side of the map. Deft warding over the wall sees that at least they're not in that brush, and with the brush or the vision that was put down by Zeka as well, should be good here. As overall, looking at the rune sets here, Zeka going for a laning-oriented Azir build. Both Ari and Comet have been much more popular after the changes we've seen on the current patch. And Azir has been such an incredibly high-profile pick, as
we're doing it already. From minute 1, Kyle is going to get in there, and he is able to soak a bunch of damage with 2 ranged against the Nautilus and a low-range Neela, of course. You can opt for some plays like that, try to get ahead and really push your lead in the lane.
Yeah, and really nicely played around Barrel's hook cooldown as well. Prince actually going in for some extra harass there. And we do see Pyosik is pathing towards the bot side of the map. Kroko is Skarner, so we'll be looking to just full clear. But due to that super aggressive level 1, Cal and Prince are actually going to be able to get a very early crash here. And as a result, should be completely fine. I mean, that was definitely not necessary. They are going to stick around here, though, trying to shove in the cannon as well. And there is a definite window here, especially with Kroko showing on mid. Would love to see some defensive warding come through.
Yeah, I mean, this is an excellent opportunity right now for Pyosik.
They should know they're vulnerable here.
Gotta go for it. The flash comes in, and then Kyle might be in a lot of trouble. He is the sacrifice, and flash used by Prince as well. Kyle trying to flash, trying to delay as much time as possible, as now he will go down. First blood to Pyosik. As in goes Kroko now, looking for the enemy blue.
Yeah, if Prince and Kael just back off and let the wave come bounce into them, it's fine. If Kroko is covering there or doesn't show mid, I think it's fine as well. But that was a crucial overreach from the Liv Sandbox bot side. I'm wondering whether there was some shenanigans with the vision. Maybe Pyosik found a creative pathing around some of the wards that were placed on the bot side of the map because they didn't know he started bot. As Kroko also not going for the invade here. And yeah, this is very straightforward. Like the barrel flashes to make sure that he actually guarantees the play here. As we do see Prince forced to flash away from the hook. Kael buys a little bit of time, but not much more, unfortunately, for him. And in the end, it is a kill for Pyosik. And the only thing that Kroko was able to get is a double Scada, which is not bad on Skarner, but definitely not a great trade for them.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have Prince. He did go call in this one, as well as Ghost. Used both in that last trade. Oh. Kroko already ganking mid. Now he's looking to gank top. Doesn't have any boots, though, in both of these ganks, even though he did go Predator.
Yeah, I think he's mainly looking to make sure that his top side can actually get a crash off here. Without vision of Pyosik, actually going for a player is pretty risky. And yeah, I think you can go, but should just zone king enough of the wave.
Yeah.
No cannon here, so a lot of value being gained here for Liv Sandbox.
Kroko is staying for an incredibly long amount of time, as now Dove looks like they're very confident to take a 2v2 in this case. But now, let's see how it goes. They're trying to fight off of the turret, and as I said, you know, just saying, okay, you want to come at us 2v2, sure. Yeah. Fine by us.
Yeah, it's a huge win. You know, you deny a sensible amount of CS. Good play. Don't really need to get a kill there by any means. Only downside is Croco does delay his next clear a little bit, and ideally something you'd always want to avoid in the Skarner, trying to get to your 6 power spike as soon as possible, but picks up his boots and will be fine. Kind of going back and forth, ends up with the Mercury threads instead. Same for Dove here, a lot of value on this play that still caps into the Jax, of course. And overall, a little bit of movement from Sandbox, but they are, as per usual, playing for that level 6 spike on the Skarner, and that first impale going to be huge here.
Yeah, he's going to be getting in there real fast, as trying to deny a freeze of the wave to allow the Zeri to pick it up. He'll be somewhat successful. Prince denied of 2 melee creeps. It's now Kingen pushing in on the top side. He's got that Sheen now, which is going to make his trading power a lot more powerful. Especially, yeah, you like that one?
I do.
I've been saving that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you got to step it up for playoffs. You know,
That's true. You got to bring out all the powerful words. Yeah, but it's going to be really nice. As now he's even got level 6 here, so threatening, and he'll just proxy the wave, which will be pretty nice. As Dove has taken a bunch of damage, hits level 6 himself finally.
Yeah, really a repeat of the play that was made earlier. Dove doesn't know whether or not Poppy is in the area, so as a result has to drop the wave. Can't really trade due to the size of it. Zobero.
Oh man, Prince read that so nicely.
Yeah. Stayed near the wall as well. Oh, and now Croco. Sneaky, but I don't think this one has a huge chance of success. And key thing here, that unlike in the previous game where I think Vi is one of the best Drake takers that we have right now in the meta together with Viego. Percentage health damage actually very relevant here with the buffs to the health. Skarner kind of sucks when it comes to taking dragons. It's just not very good at it. Needs the rest of his team, so Croco going to instead opt into just keep farming.
Yeah, and I mean, at level 6, especially because outside of that first gank from Pioshik, and even as a whole in the series, he hasn't really gone for extremely aggressive setups with his lanes, you know, trying to set up early ganks and stuff like that. So, especially if Pioshik's kind of just hanging out.
Ooh,
as I say that, though,
Dove.
he's looking for this, and it's a good timing.
Yeah, wave is shoving.
That's just a flash, just used just like that. Just because Croco exists on the Skarner, and that Counter-Strike not going to land, looking pretty obvious. And now Dove will just back away. He's a very safe laner. Oh, that's part of why he gives up a lot.
He's running.
Space. Here we go now.
He's going.
Yep, he's going to the bottom side, looking for Deft, and Deft still has dash and flash and cleanse. I mean, can't cleanse the Skarner, but still going to help him out if needed.
Oh, Pioshik.
Maybe Pioshik is going to be the target. They've been looking for a target here. As not going to commit onto him just yet. Big knockup with the Keeper's Verdict. As low on mana now is Closer, and a roam from bottom lane is part of the reason why Live Sandbox's duo will not commit to the fight.
Closer also relatively low on mana there, so doesn't want to opt into anything more than that. And holding on to the Impale as well.
Teleport.
Yeah, going to come through here. And Sandbox, they have been extremely diligent in picking themselves up early dragons here. This time around, there'll be the counterplay coming through from the side of DRX. And overall, it's looking even. And, it's an interesting question who that favors. Because Zeri has been so extremely dominant. And even if we have seen Nila actually hit the latest stage of the game, the payoff has felt fairly lackluster in every game that I've seen. Whereas with Prince Zeri, this is a known quantity. We know what we're getting. We have been treated to it before. Well, treated initially. We have been forced to endure it.
Yeah.
The later half of the split.
Generally pretty electric performances from Prince on the Zeri.
If this is playoffs, fellas, I don't know how to feel about that.
Yeah, you said I had to save my good stuff for you know, the rebank playoffs. Here I am.
I have a ton of faith in you, fellas, which is why I know you can do better.
Okay, I'll try my hardest. 200 gold to Pioshik. That is a free Rift Herald. As Beryl is the same level as his top laner there for a second. Very interesting. It's just been soaking a lot of XP somewhere, stealing from someone.
Prince about to finish his call. Gonna be a nice spike, but overall, DRX in this early game looking good. Found themselves the kill on the bot side of the map. And thus far, well, if Sandbox comp, as mentioned, I think a lot more awkward. No Orn to sound the alarm, no Vi to just start off fights. Instead, going to be relying on Croco to do the target isolation. But let's not forget, Closer had a really good game in terms of skirmishing and setup for the rest of his team. And if we do get to an endgame scenario, I'd still be willing to bet that Prince is going to do unreasonable amounts of damage on this Ahri. But in theory, you know, side lane not looking too shabby. Kingen should have a good time there. Mid, so far, very even. But Azir, of course, quite the menace in the late game. Zek has been performing well, so not looking too bad. But this was game 2 as well. And then once we actually started fighting is when it went downhill.
Yeah,
very
that's true.
quickly.
The one thing that is good for DRX is that Croco on the Skarner has not been able to find a single impale. I mean, just in general, it's why you pick the champion, and the fact that it hasn't gotten one. Maybe I curse them, as now Deft is going to just stash away. It was Beryl, actually, that had to flash that one. So, actually totally fine for now. But here comes a trade in the top side. The needles will basically all land. Kingen burning down, and now he's not going to be able to get into this one as Croco eating a bunch of damage, but it's a Poppy and a Nautilus. So he really doesn't seem to care, but they're definitely locked into this one as Croco tries to get over the wall. And now we got a 2v2 on the bottom side. Prince here trying to kite it out. Beryl incredibly low as Prince now.
Keep going.
He's going to be running him down, and not much that Piosik can do from this one as he's just going to be a menace. How can he keep getting away with this as the Qs are finally coming in and Deft is chasing a Lulu. It's not going to get anything for him as even an Extendo Beam comes out, and Prince probably did like 4,000 damage here 12 minutes into the game already with no items.
And that's 2 kills for the Zeri. And we have not had our fair share of Zeri moments in recent times. Champion has been losing a lot. But if you get 2 kills in the early game, that equation changes quickly. As a Croco has his first real Croco moment, as I personally can say, having been a very happy watcher of this player for 2 years, when he flashes, impales, and dies within the first half second of it. What was also key there, what I actually think was really remarkable, was because of Dove playing so aggressively on top side, there wasn't actually an opportunity for Kingen to join that fight, as he was kind of getting bullied away. And then here, really nice CC chain. Overall, I think working out very well. And we do see Ahri is a little bit slow to display, but crucially, this actually turns into a 2v2. Which is won, unsurprisingly, because a lot of the burst has gone into the Skarner with a Zeri that can just kite it out, right? So as a result, there's nothing that can be done here. Either you all in and you lose, as that hook will also not have made a difference, as funny as it looks.
Yeah.
And then on the top side of the map, while, yeah, Croco died, which, again, didn't have to flash there at all, completely unnecessary. At the very least, was able to get closer there and was able to draw out a reasonable amount of time, as we'll be getting a Rift Herald here, but reinforcements on the way here, which Dove doesn't often get.
Looks like this is... Kingen will be close enough. Okay, so he'll pick up 160. Not bad. Not bad at all. That was about to time out, so consider that he died and essentially just ran top immediately to get that down, so... Could have been a little bit more dire for the side of DRX and their Rift Herald value, but instead he's able to get a nice little charge off as now Dove playing it very carefully in the top side. It's good for him that he's keeping up in CS, you know. This early on, though, somewhat to be expected.
And overall, trade abilities here. Grandmasters might use, and Dove just wants to try and get some poke, but from that range, King has no issue getting it out.
Not again, Dove! Not the bottom! Oh, he got it this time at least, but he's got a wild growth. But there are 4 members of DRX chasing him down as he's going to be pulled in, and that'll be the end of the Scorpion himself. As Zeka, the one to pick up that kill, pretty large, is now the first Dragon to go down at 15 minutes into the game.
Oh, there's Ignite here for Dove.
Oh, Dove. I feel like maybe he could have gone for that one, or at least forced the flash, but instead just going to Ignite and push him away. Kingen sticking around if he can get this counter strike. Could amount to something, but
I wouldn't go for that one. And Kingen seems to be of the same opinion. Yeah, Croco just getting caught. They're very nice hooks from Barrel. Able to set it up. He had the one upsie on Prince, but at the very least is able to have some retribution moments as it's a scuttle.
he's clearing the ward right there.
Yeah,
You see him.
He knows. Croco thought the movement speed of his W and the fact that he was on the Spire would be enough turns. It's not, and I want to give credit to Zeka as well. Not for sniping away that kill, didn't have to do that, but for being very, very, very proactive on these roams. Even though the skirmishes haven't actually all worked out in DRX's favor, Zeka has been earlier on the roam in most of the plays that we've seen, and it's been a really big contributor as to why Liv Sandbox can't really hard commit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's a really good point because I think especially in games 1 and 2, like this is Closer's third game of Ahri, but he was just first there. He had a lot of support from his jungle and they were making plays together, but it's probably one of the things that they went back to the coach's booth and discussed. You know, Closer, or Zeka rather, you got to be on the play, you got to be first there. Let's try to get ahead of Closer. And it has been a nice little change up in this one. Also, Dove having a lane. Nice little change up for him.
Oh, yeah.
Must feel very different for him and for his team.
Also want to highlight that we actually see a good build here from Deft as Croco. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he's looking for anyone as the stun comes in. Gonna save that Impale for now. As Dove, now he's got a really nice lane for these needles to stack up. They're chasing down Pyosik. They're not going to kill anyone. They do zone him away. Kingan's like he's in his own lane, just doing his own thing. And he will take out a turret by himself, meanwhile.
Little underwhelming from Sandbox there. Croco flashing, doesn't get anything. Does have Hex Flash.
Well, they're going to see him. He's right here. He's going to find a free Neela. I mean, they saw the Scorpion. They knew he was there.
That's the equivalent of you see a Scorpion on the floor, and you walk up to the Scorpion, and he stings you. You're like, why'd you do that, Scorpion? What do you expect?
Surely the Scorpion.
Surely he'll just let me touch him,
care.
right?
Yeah. Can I pet the Scorpion? No. Don't pet the Scorpion. It's like.
Oh, we don't need Atlas to tell us that. We don't need an Australian. No one should have to tell you that.
Pretty basic information.
As, yeah, that started off pretty lackluster for Sandbox because they actually lose out hugely on that trade, right? They make a play, don't find any kills, and they lose first turbot for it. But then, yeah, just a free kill. Gonna be
for the Gwen.
Given up. Why is Dove? And we have the law of Sandbox, you know, Dove being down 20 CS means everything is going well. There's also, if Prince is fed, Sandbox wins. And he's currently, I think, 1.2k gold up.
Yeah.
So it's still tough for DRX, but the game looks so much better than the previous ones. I think that we do see Sandbox really running into issues because this comp doesn't actually do the Sandbox mid-game swings as well, right? They don't have an Ornhorn, don't have a Yuumi, don't have a Sivir, and without those tools, they're just kind of running at them. Now, as it turns out, if you just still let Croco Hex Flash over a wall, then you're good.
It's so funny. I mean, they must have been really focused in. Like, we make jokes, but I'm trying to think about, like, why was there no reaction?
Probably, yeah.
I would imagine that either, it's like one of two things. They think he doesn't have Hex Flash, which, not sure about that, as unfortunately it looks like, okay, Apotheosis does come out here, and a really nice knockaway of both Croco and Dove. Pyosik finally getting value on that ultimate. Needles are being used, as they were used earlier on, trying to now get over the wall. That is some really nice value, but the soldiers of Zeka doing a good job of zoning them away. As Dove now waiting for this one. Still no Impale has been used. The Predator popped. But Closer's not here. As he is going to TP back in, though, and now we've got a front line for the Zeri. The Impale finally comes out. As Pyosik is getting low, in they go now. It's a huge sweep! Zeka turns the fight immediately, just like that. Able to sweep 3 of them in. And Kingen on the Jax is going to love this broken down play. As he's looking for Kyle, he might be able to get him. Closer can't do much this low. And finally, DRX, they make a showing in this series.
And that's probably the first fight that they've been able to win in this match, or in the series even, Valdez says. Going back to this, yeah, again, somewhat surprising. Deft not able to get away there from the Skarner, and this play is fine. This is a lot of confidence. One should say overconfidence here from Sandbox, because Closer gets knocked out of this fight very early on. So Sandbox then say, okay, Closer can back and he can TP in. We can keep looking for this. Now, there is hesitation here from DRX. I think if they just pull the trigger here, they literally just immediately win. Because like, Closer isn't actually there and isn't able to join.
Yeah.
And then this fight is looking very good. They get a lot of damage down, then get a little bit too far forward trying to kill Pioshik, and then Zeka scoops up the entire enemy backline. Really nice flash here from Kingen to make sure that he gets the strike. And DRX, that was good. Even though Kingen bought a Hullbringer. I want to get into that a little bit later, but this is not the way. This is not the play.
Yeah, they're taking a bunch of damage too as they're trying to hit the front line, but it is a Gwen as Closer now is kind of caught here between a rock and a hard place. That's against Wild Growth as now Prince is going to be shoved into the back line, trying to get away, and look at the front line here. Kroko just trying to zone for his team, but he cannot. Zeka is too strong in this game now. He's got 5 kills. This Kroko trying to 1v1 the Nila. And will they go back to Baron? Really trying to force this one.
I think they can. I think they should be able to. Deft. Yep, they sense it. Axe flashing over, but they don't have the... oh, wait, the health bars are really low. They'll see this now.
You're going to see it. Look at the amount of pings on that minimap. As
Look
in goes Kroko. He's trying to smite it, and he's too early. And Poppy Pioshik is going to pick it up. This game is truly gone into a bit of a hurricane. Zeka is massive now, 10 stacks on his Dark Seal.
And this might be the game-breaking fight here, Veldas, because, again, Sandbox, they fight. If it's a good idea, doesn't really matter. And it is, again, Zeka with a colossal flank. Deft really nicely done, setting up there as well, really working in the way that I think Nila's intended to, as more of a setup carry. Finds the ultimate as a result. Of course, got taken very, very low. Zeka at a very close spotter, and the fact... oh my god, that was 144 health. Yeah. Yep. Very, very close. And now, Prince gonna go for a Lord Doms here. It's looking like, at least before he's gonna be able to finish his IE. So I don't think we're getting there. I think that the DRX gonna turn this into, at the very least, a 4-game series.
It's looking pretty likely. I mean, the Azir might end up just giving so much more than the Zeri can before the Zeri can, is now again going to be baited into this Impale and knock away from Pioshik. Everybody teleports into the fight. They heard a party was going on. At the end of the day, though, the only one who's partying is DRX. The Skarner finding 0 value in this game.
Yeah, as Prince, he won't die, but he doesn't have a good time at all. And yeah, overall, playing Skarner from behind, very bad experience. This overall draft already felt a little bit finicky for Sandbox. And they try to play it like the way they've done before, and it's just not working. DRX is punishing them splendidly.
Well, let's see how this one is going to end, because we're getting another charge, this time into an inhibitor. And in this meta, you're fine to take those down ASAP. Tons of value here with this Baron power play. Already about 4,000 golds is the power play. And Prince still on 2 items. Closer only 4 kill participations. The team only having 6 kills in total. Let's take another look.
As it really is, right? If you have a Sivir here, if you have a Yumi, this might work, but instead, going to be 2 teleports against 1, unsurprisingly. Multiple teleports win, as does the team that is substantially ahead. And the problem for Kroko as well is that getting Deft now doesn't do anything, because Deft, even though he is extremely poor in terms of what he's been able to get, you know, not looking to be the strongest on the Rift at the moment. The key thing is to note that he does have a QSS. And Zeka also sitting on a bench, and he's a Zir. So there aren't really a lot of good targets for Kroko to find. Getting Poppy or Beryl doesn't find very good either. And DRX have really been able to make great use of the Sandbox killer instinct, which looks great when they're ahead, but also explains why often, when they did lose, especially in round robin 1, they didn't lose. They got smashed. Like, they just keep bashing their face into their opponent, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, it does not quite work. The top side of the map, giving Dove the Gwen, you know, offering him a little bit more of an opportunity. Part of me feels like, you know, with how well it's been going with him picking up tanks and stuff, and the fact that he can play not only Ornn, I mean, he can play all sorts of things, but then they still put him on Gwen. It's almost in my mind like a trick for the next round. It's like, oh, by the way, like, Dove isn't only a tank player. He can also play Gwen. They were stomping so hard in the first couple of games that for me it's like, well, why do you have to switch this up?
Yeah.
Maybe it's a little bit of a mind game as they think, you know, they've already kind of swept this series, but it's a best of 5, guys. It's not a best of 3. And here in Game 3, they have certainly not looked up to the same level. Starting with the draft. But I also had questions about the Jax and the Neela, so the draft itself was certainly finicky across the board.
Yeah, and I think it's partially draft. To me, this also feels like, for Sandbox side, the Gwen, to me, is the main issue. Not just because Dove is currently 1-5 on Gwen, and it's this specific player, but a Sandbox that doesn't have either Kael or Dove on any form of hard engage just doesn't work that well for how they play. It just feels like it's very off-theme for them. And as much as we like to joke about the game, you know, or about the team being the kings of R5, Aatrox, and Renekton, they've actually been able to have a lot of success with their playstyle. So diverging from it, I don't think is a great call. And then also, DRX is just playing the skirmishes way better, right? Like, they know Sandbox is going to fight us. The amount of double TPs and people preemptively rotating, knowing that Sandbox is going to try and do something, even though they probably shouldn't, has been done expertly by DRX. And might get them a much-needed blue side win to keep their dreams of keeping it going in these playoffs alive.
Yeah. And the game isn't over. I mean, there is still a Fed Zeri, technically, and also a death cap for Closer, which he rushed after his Everfrost. So, you know, once he gets that Void Staff online especially, there should be a nice amount of damage. We'll have to see if Prince can get to an IE. That's really going to be a critical breaking point. Notice that he picked up an Elixir here, sensing that the next fight will be probably incredibly important. Has to opt into buying that before saving everything for just an IE.
It's looking extremely rough here for Sandbox. They are clearly going to all in on this fight here on the Baron, not wanting to give that one over to DRX. And then if that doesn't work out, game will be over. Not going to hit IE. Not going to get to that big classic Zeri boom boom damage as they go in, hit a control word once, and then Shirelia's out.
It's very scary.
Keeping it safe.
Yeah, and within Azir that's this fed, you can start Baron very extremely confidently. You can just start it up, you know, just 2 people. One tank, one Azir, totally fine. You can do it over the wall as well if you want. The mid lane's being pushed, so Live Sandbox, you're going to have to make a move. Let's see if they can do it. Trying to get Vision in the pit, and they will get Vision for now, but look at the damage already that's coming out of this Azir as Beryl is just going to potentially die. He's not going to die, though. Closer going in for a little bit more. Heal used, and the Baron will be denied.
The Baron auto came very close. Looks like Beryl is building towards a Zhonya's, but with just a Amsterdam going to be a while before he actually hits that. So a lot of value gained there by Sandbox, just hanging in there for a little bit longer. Did see Prince use his pot, so as a result with that Elixir of Wrath being used, a lot of gold into not a lot gained outside of just time. And looking at the spikes across the board, where like Kian is so monstrously far ahead. There's still double stopwatch available here on the side of DRX. And yeah, Sandbox make sure that they didn't get the Baron, but they also didn't really do anything. That's fine. Just a little bit of time. Maybe Closer can hit a Void Staff before the next fight.
Yeah, that's going to be critical. The IE for Prince will be critical. Dove is, you know, as you mentioned, he has an Amp Dome. He's going for the Blighted Jewel here. And just looking to pump out as much damage as possible, trying to hit some spikes before it gets going.
He has not been spotted. Do note, Jackson the sideline, King STP level 16. Someone eventually needs to match him as Deft. Oh. Who finds who?
It's Deft finding Kroko, who's level 12, as he's going to be Apotheosis, and now he's just being chased through the jungle. Should be the end of the Live Sandbox jungler. As yes, he is very fast and Scorpion-like, but that is not going to help him very much. As now with no Kroko, this means that a pretty easy and free Baron should go to DRX. Although they might try to fight it anyway.
It will be very Live Sandbox of them. Looks like it might be
okay. You get a polymorph and a ton of damage, but that is going to be the knockaway, and the depth charge does come out as well here. Now trying to catch King in, but it is a fed Jack. So, yep, pretty much a free Baron. A little bit of stumble along the way.
Yeah, and Sandbox assumed the idea from Kroko was to get in that rush where Deft is right now and then come in from behind. But he just got spotted, so he dies.
And looks very silly.
It looks very funny, yeah. If it wasn't Kroko and they trade 2 flashes, you might feel okay because they lose Baron. So it's bad. Scorpion actually getting stats on this time around. They're not panning him anymore. They're not on board as the side laning from Kingen actually has been very good in this Jax, sitting on a Hullbreaker himself as well.
They're still chasing. Okay.
Yeah, I don't feel like that is a very fruitful endeavor. The one thing that is somewhat scary, if you are a DRX fan here, this game should be a freebie from here on out, is that Prince is getting very close to an IE, and DRX haven't actually been able to crucially cripple the base. Teleport comes in, and they will be able to pick themselves up a soul point soon as Kroko gonna try again. Not spotted here.
Yeah. And Skarner is one of those picks, kind of like Blitzcrank. You know, you get that one pick, let's see how it goes, or sometimes you just die. Yeah, again, gonna look pretty silly, but you can imagine. He's trying to go for the risky plays, trying to go for the risky flank, as there's the charm onto Kingen, but looks like he probably has enough tenacity to handle that. TP now coming in as the push will commence here from DRX. They still have Baron for 1:15. That should be more than enough time to break 2 inhibitors here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on a limb and say, don't think Sandbox has the damage available to take down DRX here. DRX looking to extend this series, Valdez.
Looking pretty likely. DRX taking this very slowly, although Barrel is posturing aggressively, looking for that hook.
Kroko's back.
They're still very much respecting the Zeri. But this might be the time to fight the Zeri before the IE is online.
Yeah.
But
they'll get Soul, but I think they could have, with the lead that they have, they could have really pushed here. Gonna pick themselves a free Elder Soul. Sorry, Powerful, of course.
Cloud Soul.
Cloud Soul, there you go. Elder Soul would be
that's in League of Legends too. Yeah,
that's in the MMO.
Yeah, something like that. Elder is on the way in 6 minutes, of course. So we'll take another look at Kroko and his farm.
Late game Skarner, Poppy, Zeka on Zaire. There's just not a lot of fun to be had. I have seen Kroko go 0-7 before, together with Summit. It was not a good time. And DRX, at least for this game, all that stands between them and a surefire win is a Zeri. So as long as they don't walk into Prince's extravaganza of W's and I mean, they have so much defensive itemization, right? Like, that's just Banshees, they have double Zhonyas, they have a GA, Deft also hit the 3-item power spike, has his QSS as well, like, it just doesn't seem possible.
Extendo Beam not even doing that much damage at this point in time, and Prince has hit his Infinity Edge. It's just not quite.
Triple inhib.
Yeah. Well, it is triple inhib as now looking for the play. The charm comes in, but that's on the Nautilus as the front line here is actually pretty good for the side of Live Sandbox, but depth charge is good enough, and they knock away the Zeri! What if you have a Zeri in its bed, but it just doesn't exist? That is the case here, as Prince, though, is trying to hold on alone as the flash comes in. He is kiting it out. They're not able to take him out just yet. King in with the flash on in with the counter-strike as he's going to zap down Pyosik. You gotta be kidding me, as Prince still trying to hold on to this one, but I don't think they have enough time nor the damage. Prince will be taken out by the extremely fed members of DRX, and that will do it for Game 3. DRX will keep themselves alive.
DRX find a crucial momentum swing off of a much better draft, a sandbox that falls back into some of the mistakes they've made throughout the regular split, and a absolutely monster performance coming through from Zeka. Able to get the win here. Very important, keeps their playoff dreams alive, at least for now.
Yeah, it's very good to see that they were actually able to fight back. I was a bit worried after Game 2, but a couple of really nice plays and proactive fights. Krako, you know, eventually being the very pettable Scorpion, not very dangerous or threatening at all in this game. Unfortunately for him, Prince, not much he could do by himself there on the Zeri, even towards the end. The Neela, you know, if you're ahead and you can just jump on into things, you can do some really nice stuff, but it wasn't even really about depth in this third game. Zeka just picking up the majority of the kills, and Kangan actually looking pretty decent on the Jax.
Really was. I think Barrow also having a really good game here, able to actually reliably find the lockdown on key targets, and making sure that Sandbox doesn't get those fights that we have they have been known to find. Even in situations like this, we saw some glimpses of it at the end there with Prince getting closer than he probably should have, given the game state, but DRX close it out. And gotta go to game number 4, Valdez.
We are. DRX trying to begin their reverse sweep. Can they start it now? We'll have to wait and see, guys. We'll have a quick break and then the analyst carpet space.
이거. 아 그냥 그런 거 하지 마. 얘 나 물었고. 나 봐볼게. 제리 나 질렀어. 나 이거 가인이랑 갈게. 하나 잡았고. 아리 그랩. 얘 궁 없어. 천천히 해봐. 제리 그랩. 가비. 천천히 봐. 앞으로. 나 이거 풀 볼게. 나 그랩 없어. 제리 나 이거 한 대 뺄게. 내가 잡을게. 아 이거 천천히 하면 끝날만해 이거. 아, 몸 돌아가지 마. 제리 그랩 끝내자. 나이스.
Breathe in the wild. With the strength of the bear. The drive of the ram. The will of the boar. of the Phoenix. A storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause.
Let the finals begin. 시작하겠습니다.
Well, we have 3 games finished here in our playoffs on our first day of the the Ori Bank playoffs here at the LCK. But we're not done yet, as we casters love to say. We have a game on our hands. It's not over yet. DRX, they managed to pick up a win here in game number 3, carrying things on. And we had some questions about the draft coming into this, but they managed to make it work in the end.
Yeah, I personally thought that some aspects of the draft here for DRX were some of the stronger points they've had all series long. Some other parts I didn't like as much. I like the Azir first pick here, considering the bans. The Ornn was taken away from Live Sandbox. Feel very flexible there with this Azir pick. The Jackson to Gwen, a common response in other regions, hasn't found that much success here in the LCK, so I was worried about it when the draft happened, but it ended up being a pop-off moment and a great performance from Kingen in this matchup, which led to no side laning for the Gwen whatsoever. And the last thing I'll say is the Neela pick here for DRX. I didn't like it. It wasn't strong. It wasn't good. It was the first Neela win in the LCK, but hey, had nothing to do with Neela at all whatsoever. Could have been any AD carry.
I think something that I appreciated is the fact that Game 2 is somewhat critical of that first pick Poppy and the fact that Live Sandbox drafted lanes that were difficult for Poppy to play through. This time around, the Poppy has mid-priority and is able to attack both side lanes. So it's a much better setup for Piosik, and it really paid off for DRX in this one.
Yeah, looked this significantly better. I was coming back from the restroom, saw that he had locked it in again. I was like, oh boy, is it really going to be like this? And just end up with a 3-0. But a significantly better performance in the team overall, playing together a lot more strongly here for the side of DRX. So they're fighting back. Still very much an uphill battle, though, because obviously if they want to be able to walk away with a win, knock Liv Sandbox out, they have to pull off a reverse sweep, and this is just the first step of many. But let's go ahead and take a look at how things started off rather well for the side of Liv Sandbox in that bot lane.
Yeah, there was a skirmish again. It feels like this is how things have been going for DRX in the early game, is forcing these fights and skirmishes when they don't have a ton of control. And Prince is given the opportunity here to pop off in this moment. Ult's Deft here, who gets an ult off himself, but there's no follow-up damage. And yeah, Krako is slain, but Prince is able to just sit back here and do free damage. The chase is real, gets the wild growth, and this is just a really poor understanding, I think, of how Zeri works in these skirmishes. We've seen so many teams fall into this trap. It's a little bit unfortunate DRX is falling into it this late in Zeri's release time, and Barrel stays around here so long, he's picked off here as well for free. And from this moment on, it looked like, uh-oh, we got another early game start here for Prince. This might just be a 3-0.
I gotta say though, out of all the English casters, I was the only one that gave DRX a game.
True.
And the reason I gave DRX a game is that I believed in Zeka and the fact that he would actually net DRX one. And hey, that first pick of Zero ended up paying off real big.
I'd like to defend myself in saying that I didn't get the opportunity to put in a prediction. So if I had, I probably would have backed you up and gone with a 3-1. A 3-1 Anderson, as we call it in some other esports. But yeah, it's good to see that they are able to fight back and not just go out of this with a whimper. But, I mean, talk about the turning point here for the side of DRX. Like you said, it looked like it was going to be a Zeri moment, being able to just take over the game there from Prince. But Zeka is the one who turned the tide, as we'll see here in our second highlight.
This is exactly what Cubby's talking about. Had a great performance on this Azir, had the prio to set up for the Poppy, but this is the heroic moment where in this fight that looked like it was still fairly winnable here for Liv Sandbox. They had a choke control, Barrel is gone. He has the shuffle in, massive value on the Azir ultimate here. Prince is killed, and there's just no front to back here for Liv Sandbox anymore.
I think it's worth noting, too, that there was a fight prior to this while Rift Hero was still on the map where Zeka hit a huge Emperor's Divide in the same exact spot. Really waited to find the right time to go in. That time around a little bit easier, but the fact he was able to find splits in the river, we were complimenting Liv Sandbox for their ability to fight in the river. Azir gives you a lot more power at that point in the map, and Zeka really cashed in on it in this game.
Yeah, it's great to see a huge step up from him in finding that impact. And once more, it feels like for the third time in a row that the POG is going to be a little bit straightforward here. So we'll go ahead and take a look at who the winner is going to be. But given his performance, it is Zeka.
Yeah, I mean, Zeka, he set up the lane extremely well, and obviously all of those Emperor's Divides we saw were very nice, and I think it was the glue that held this team together. There were some great punish moments. Like, I will give Deft some slight nods towards those picks onto Krako, where he was able to use his ultimate to punish the Skarner several times, but also in the top side, Jack's doing very well. But at the end of the day, it was really just these big Azir ultimates that bring DRX back into what looked like a very lost game.
And I gotta say, I'm really curious if we see this matchup again. Figure that Ahri would be a very high prio pick in this series. If Liv Sandbox goes back to blue, could easily grab the Azir and opt into that matchup again on the flip side for Closer, who I feel like has the stronger Azir out of the two. So after the Zeka's performance in that one, his Azir hasn't been great this season, but was fantastic in this playoff game.
Oh, well, tighten it now, a little bit closer, one step taken now for the side of DRX to try to get this reverse sweep pulled off. We'll have to just wait and see if they can dig back a little bit deeper, bring this all tied up at 2-2 and extend it into a Game 5 series, but that's not for us to decide. That is for the casters to take us through that action. So we'll right back over to Valdez and Chronicler to take us through game number 4.
Thank you, Carpet Spaceman and Guy in TV, for that wonderful breakdown. And yes, we are back here for Game 4 of the Udi Bank LCK playoffs. And it just got a bit more interesting because right at the beginning of Game 3, Zeri pops off, gets 2 kills, is already ahead in the series 2-0, and we're like, okay, this one looks like a quick done and dusted 3-0, but not to be the case, as DRX do fight and claw their way back to take at least one game.
And we saw in that game, I think, also the best side of DRX, which is when their unconventional drafts actually pay off, which hasn't always been the case. And then on the flip side, also a Liv Sandbox that tries to shy away from how they've been playing, how they've been winning. Too big of a change. Dove now 1-6 on the Gwen. and I think we should let it rest. It is.
Shelve it.
Yep. Put it on the shelf. Not to think about anymore. And now Sandbox expecting going over to the blue side should have a better time building a draft that has worked for them in the past. But would it not be the most Sandbox thing ever to just fall at the final hurdle to a DRX that just lost against Home Alive? I think it would be. Perfectly in line.
It's just too poetic
and
for Live Sandbox.
I think we could hear the screams of Atlas as Deft would make it to round 2, even though he's not a Wolfpack.
And the screams of Chronicler as Live Sandbox let him down one last time.
No, that's I'm always only 80% believing. You know?
Okay.
Keeps me grounded.
True. Never fully committing. And Azir is going to be banned here. I think that's a fair ban, especially with the way that Zeka did play that champion. It's been banned in 2 out of the 3 games so far. Now 4, or 3 out of the 4 games. So there you go. Yumi also taken off the board.
But Sandbox not wanting to go for Kalista first pick. I think if it stays open, the Wukong first pick is likely. Piotrik's Poppy has been kind of hit or miss. Not been the greatest. Had a decent last game, but he has not been the Poppy train driver that we have seen in many other games. Renata also going to get taken to the board yet again. Pick, of course, obscenely strong on the current patch, and could also see an Ahri first pick here. I think the Ahri has was not the problem in the previous game. It could also be Ornn B1.
Ahri.
And Ahri makes the most sense. Yeah. Chloe's just like, yeah, I'll play it again, guys. No problem.
Yeah. He has insane hit rate on his terms so far today, so it's obvious that he's feeling pretty good about this pick. This also puts DRX into kind of a funky spot where either you're counter-picking Ahri Vi, or you're picking the Vi away, or you're just picking strength in another lane and you're allowing them to get Ahri Vi. Now they could go Lucian and Vi, or Lucian and something else along those lines.
Yeah, the Nami is not a necessary pickup here, because Nami by itself just isn't really a champion. Has not worked out for anyone, and a much weaker opening here from DRX. We've already seen this lane falter. Now for Sandbox, the obvious choice would be to at least pick up the Vi for Croco. Question then becomes, do they want to lock in a bot laner here, or do they go for Ornn?
Vi Ornn.
I think Poppy's fine as well. Going to shy away from the Vi. Do you think that the lockdown that has been provided by the Vi is not as big of a necessity when you're playing into Lucian as it is with Zeri? And unsurprisingly, Ornn does get picked up. And one thing that we haven't seen as much of Croco outside of his Trundle game, where he also had a Yumi, is his early impact. And I think that the Poppy does lend itself to it, to that a little more. The downside, of course, not going to be able to actually get a bot lane, provided that Draven gets banned, that can actually dive a Lucian Nami early on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I just feel like, especially now, you kind of have to go for something that will bring a heavy amount of damage, something that can kind of hyper carry, and DRX have 2 bans. You don't ban away the Renekton when you pick Ornn this time around, which was different in the other games that we did see. Well, at least in game number 1. As Lulu is going to be banned. They do not want to face against Lulu in the bottom lane.
Yeah, hoping we see the Blade the Rune King build here from King. As gonna at the very least ban away the Trundle. Don't think we should expect to see a Skarner ban here. Wukong seems like the more likely one. Skarner has not been that successful in this series. Croco, of course, having a pretty big clanker on that one. Nautilus gonna get banned away. Aphelios Nautilus seemed like the no-brainer. Now it will probably be just Aphelios Kench. It's not exciting, but it'll get the job done, is the expectation here for Sandbox. Prince had a really good game on that one. And by banning away Nautilus, you at least make sure that the amount of offensive threat is mitigated. And DRX, they're full. We win in 25 minutes, so we don't win. Lissandra, I think a little bit more longevity. It's same principle still. You're looking for triple prio lane, and then make plays towards objectives, make plays towards the either the bot side of the map, dive there, towards the top side, play towards your Crocodile. All valid options here.
Aphelios Kench, as was aforementioned by Mau Mau himself, seems to be a very measured approach here. It's Prince. He loves his Aphelios. They played it before to great success. There is tons of pick on the side of DRX, so the Tahm Kench rises in value. The Aphelios can hyper carry, etc., etc. Let's see if they do actually commit to the Tahm Kench. There was a lot of discussion. So from our seats, feels like the right choice, but let's see what they choose.
Downside, of course, is that your lane will be very tough. So you're going to rely on Croco. And pick from Bioshik here is going to be huge, because with a pick like Wukong that can run into early trouble into the Poppy, actually covering for bot side can be quite tough. This is, of course, a pick that, with the Renekton, is very strong, but in terms of actually being able to manage an early Poppy presence, I don't think it works that well. Because, of course, Power Spike of Talia, a lot later now than it has been in the past. This, though, is the Peanut staple. Very, very strong in this scenario. Good into basically the entire top side of Live Sandbox. But this is the type of pick where if it doesn't work, it does very little.
Pretty much nothing, you know. You still have some decent farming power right in the jungle. You have that stuff, and we saw it picked in the Poppy originally, right? The first time that Peanut picked it. And essentially it's just to say, okay, you're going to come into us, I'm going to bind you down. The Black Shield is going to get immense value against Charms, against Ornhorns, against Poppy knockups, stuff like this. I really liked the Morgana in tandem with more of like a hyper carry. Not sure how it's going to do with the Lucian. Lucian, of course, with the changes has extended his power, you know, past the early and mid game towards later game, but it's no Kog'Maw, it's no Aphelios, it's no Zeri.
No, I agree. The time that a Black Shield buys you for Sivir, if she gets 3 more autos in, wipes a team. For Lucian, might be able to pick up some kills, but don't know if it's going to work as well as... I assume that was a 3-0 that was then turned into a 3-1. That was added later. But overall...
No, it was actually a play. It was like we prefer 3-1 over 3-0 for some reason, but I didn't know what the one word meant. No. I didn't get like the actual meaning.
But that was the idea.
Yeah.
Well, you know more than I do, fellas.
That's a lot of words.
Yeah. Too many words for me to read. I know that. And overall, I think that the team fighting for Sandbox a million times better. Right back to their comfort zone. But this DRX comp, incredible power in the early to mid stage of the game. And if they snowball, will be a very tough game.
Yeah, and they could just win through the lanes. We'll see how strong they can get in the early stages of this game as we hop into the Rift for game number 4. Here we are, Uribank playoffs of the LCK, round 1, game 4. This is the first of our 2 round 1 matches, which is essentially the first part of the bracket, because we have 6 teams. We play 3rd versus 6th, and then 4th versus 5th. And then the first place seed, Gen.G, will choose one of those 2 teams that won. They'll play them in the semis. T1 gets the other one that was left over. And then we will have our finals, as that ward is going to be spotted. They know that ward is there. Nice little bit of information, as I believe this is Toy Renekton, or Renektoy, as it is called on the Korean server. Would make Wolf very proud.
I like the skin as well. Big fan.
Would make you and Wolf very proud.
Well, I don't know if I'd say proud, but I like
happy.
It. Yeah, definitely happy. As a lot of vision. Again, they are putting a lot of stock in trying to control the early presence of Croco, as should be the case, provided that we are dealing with a Poppy here. Croco in particular has been known to go for some aggressive pathways. Maybe not quite as much as...
Okay, this is a lot onto Barrel already. as they have to use the heal here. Double heal, actually. Both sides using that. They have identical summoners. But nice little chunk onto Barrel already.
Yeah, favorable trade coming through here for Liv Sandbox bot lane. Always happy to trade aggressively. And yeah, Uchinami, as we had mentioned before,
7-game losing streak.
even Ruler and Lahen's lost on it.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're in a tough time. I think there was the match against KT, if I remember correctly. Because they haven't dropped a lot of matches. So I'm just going to go out on a limb.
I think you are correct.
Important to note here is that, as mentioned previously, the amount of lockdown available for DRX, completely ludicrous. Their CC chain's very, very strong, and Morgana is very, very effective in setting up or utilizing setup from laners, depending on how you can play it out. And the entire top side is a complete menace. Point-and-click stun for Kingen. Zeka has a root and, of course, his ult post 6. One downside, of course, that again the value of tenacity very, very high for the sandbox, as will be the case with comps that are this heavy on CC. And we also saw the Sandra very favorable win rate into the Ahri, unsurprisingly. And overall, I think DRX have a pretty good look here. Is the type of comp where if you don't execute cleanly early on, you do kind of just get boomed. Because you're playing into a Fat Aphelios and you don't have the damage to actually reliably take them down.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to rely a lot on getting a snowball going. And speaking of that, here is Krako in the bottom lane. This is something we've been wanting to see out of our Poppy players. The ward does come down, but he can just flash here if he wants to, or maybe just walk it out. But they should be aware of this happening as the Gravitum is ready and Barrel is left to the Wolves. They'll feed this one over to Prince as Krako picks up first blood. They tried to feed that to Prince, but not quite going to happen.
Yeah, I don't want to take any risks. Not sure if they spotted Pioshik on top side. We do have a read, of course, that he was there due to the vision that Krako was able to secure, but try to get the early kill. Make sure that you get the kill. Not killing deft. Does mean that the amount of CS lost is minimal, but still very nice early start. Gets a free back in for Prince and Kael. And exactly what we talked about, the early presence of the Poppy, something that Closer hasn't played yet in this series. Already paying off its dividends here on the bot side of the map.
Yeah. You talked about reads. They saw the ward go down on the top side, which generally means they'll start on the opposite side. So maybe that was it, or maybe they just wanted to set this up. They say, okay, Morgana.
Yeah, they had decent vision around as well, and like they knew the camps were down, so odds were that Pioshik was on the other end of the map, and as a result, obviously, top, not a lot happening. Own fine in this matchup is the type of matchup where I wouldn't be opposed. Dove picking up a tier on his first back just to make sure that he can stay in his lane indefinitely, but not going to be too exciting. Main value, of course, of the Renekton in this scenario is being able to both play for plates as well as, yeah, I mean, he doesn't.
Yeah, this is the way of the Renekton.
And there's also not really any use in going top for Krako, as I mentioned previously, so going to just see that continue here as Blastcone is taking over the wall. And the prio and the early fights is really where I think the Renekton is going to pay off mostly. So expect to see a lot of fireworks towards possible early Drake fights. Early pickup on an Infernal Drake. I'm not going to say no to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be looking for that Infernal Drake. If it does come down, again, a somewhat slow start outside of Krako's gank onto the bottom side. But he's going to be clearing out vision already. There were 2 control wards around this area. Krako is going to find both of them, actually.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Get spotted, and as a result, if they want to play it safely, should definitely abandon. Not doing so.
Deft and Barrel are going in on this one as they're trying to bait this out. As in goes Krako, and the Morgana is here. Barrel takes an immense amount of damage on the backside of this as the binding does hit the Catfish. And that is about it. Looks like maybe able to get a stack there on the Morgana, but he stops the dive as now mid laners are looking to get into the action here. Not going to quite spot Zeka. There he does with the scanner. As everybody is around this bottom side here. We got teleport to the top side for King, and it would be a very Dove thing to just teleport bot and be ready to go, but it doesn't look like, well, let's wait.
He's thinking about it.
Look at him, he's looking at his mini-map. You can see on his camera.
He knows.
Cigar nope, I'm going top. That's going to be the charm, and that is a nearly dead Lysandra. Kyle gets into the thick of things. Forces a bit of a peel as they continue onto this one. Deft with a dash away. It's now another stack into Pioshik. The top lane continues the way it has been, the way it always will be.
Yeah, Dove just going top, unsurprisingly. Nice buffer from King in there, and oh, we're still here.
Croco.
Yeah, securing the crash here, which
yeah.
I think is fine. Yeah, and with all this trading, not a lot is happening besides the lead being built up on top side, again, unsurprisingly. And that leads to a situation where I think Sandbox overall are not too unhappy with what is going on. If you can scale into the mid-late parts of the game and get Prince at the very least 2 items, I think you're feeling a lot more confident. Also, do note that what we saw there is the one thing you need to avoid is DRX, which is getting hunted to 0'd if you're not in Pioshik range. Because, yes, Zeka gets out, but it's defensive ultimate. He's forced to flash as well, and that kind of decisiveness, something that has categorized with Sandbox, and I think you need to be very respectful of that. Do note, Deft, a lot further ahead, but he's a level down. Only level 5, level 6 available for Prince if he can make it over.
Dove's got a good angle too, but they're just going to try to burst down someone as Lysandra goes in. The Ornhorn gets so much value though. They take out the Renekton through the Dominus as they are going to poke Dove away, but now Closer is coming in as the Rift Heralds should go into the hands of DRX, but the chase is, oh, the charm. This time, though, for Closer, not on the mark, as it has been so many times before.
Yep, and overall, very favorable trade for DRX. What they need to get, they get themselves the Herald, they're able to take down Croco, and the overall response here, I think Prince will be able to get at least 1 play, but not that great. Will crash this wave into the turret, going to cost a lot here, actually double played, so already feeling a little bit better about that one. Gold also going over to Prince again is always big, and interestingly enough here, Deft waiting up. We do have the lane swap coming through here, as should be able to get
stop the back.
Yeah,
even a culling committed to. Closer has teleport, so it's not the end of the world.
but this is I don't love this from DRX. I think that they're wasting a lot of resources here. And now Prince can just set up shop on bot side. Closer with that calling gone, I don't think it's going to be under too much threat. On upside, of course, is Pioshik has the Herald available, so they should be able to pick themselves up first turret blood. And if Liv Sandbox don't go for a proactive play on the Drake here, I think they're going to get heavily out-traded here. So DRX trying to keep the pressure up. Now we do see Herald going down. Closer abandoning ship as he should, going to teleport to mid, and looks like Liv Sandbox is committing to the cross map.
Yeah, I mean, DRX, they get this top turret, but at the end of the day, they are also giving up this Infernal Drake, or at least control over it. Liv Sandbox not going to go for it just yet. They're trying to get a lot of gold in these plates over the side of Prince. And now, I mean, with a second charge potentially to come in here, let's see if Dove can stop it. As he's trying, but no. Charge comes in at 92, ends at 32. Croco will be able to pick up this Drake. So that is where Liv Sandbox get the value, but still a lot of pressure in these lanes from DRX, which is definitely what they need.
Yeah, a lot of waves being picked up here by Sandbox as well. DRX able to get a decent amount done with that Herald, but initial Drake going over to Sandbox. And 1k gold lead. DRX looking pretty good here, but I'm still looking towards the mid-game skirmishes. How decisive are they going to be? How are they going to be able to set the fights? Because this is basically perfect. King and hard engaging onto Croco rather. And key thing here to note again is that Sandbox, for the second time this series, they're very aggressively posturing without one of their members there. Because if Prince is here, this is a, I don't know how well they trade, but like, it's bad. Because he was 6, Deft wasn't. That could have been a game-breaking moment, but not going to be the case here. Pioshik making his way towards bot side. Might have a 3v3 on our hands here. Closer is posturing, but not actually going to commit.
Rocco on vision. And
oh, now they should sense it.
Yeah, Deft and Barrel moving forward as they see the Poppy is certainly a little bit suspicious.
Yeah.
And so they're just going to sit back. Gale Force for Deft. Not for Prince just yet. That's Dove. He's in his happy place. Just farming down, about 20 CS in that side lane. As that is going to force a Devour here. Just a binding and a culling.
Nicely done. Overall, not the worst trade. Getting a big cooldown out of Prince, who also really wants to go for a back here again. Is currently very close to the Gale Force, but hasn't quite picked it up yet. And overall, this game feeling very, very close. DRX comp with so much agency, so much power. Closer.
Okay, well, that was greeting for a ward as Yoshik is going to live for an incredibly long amount of time as in goes Kyle, looking for the engage on the Deft, nearly catches him. And Deft will be able to get away. He did have Gale Force and he is Lucian, so doesn't have to cleanse or flash.
Overall, I think a favorable trade for DRX. Yoshik doesn't have to use his sums. Rocco used his flash. Also not running the Hex Flash this time around. Gone for precision second. Very interesting as, yeah, that's that Crocodile eating the Grom. Keep going back to
what he does, yeah. It's
he needs it.
Significant portion of his diet. You gotta get your vitamins and your minerals.
DRX and Rocco spotting one another.
Yeah. This is what the Morgana is for. If somebody engages on to them, such as a Poppy. The Black Shield.
It's just a tri-lane, isn't it?
Yep. We're going back to 12-13. This is what we were getting into. The top laners were coming bot. Look at the pathing here at King, and he's in the mid lane. He's doing Raptors now. He's looking to add some variety to his diet.
Yeah, because one of the advantages that the Morgana does have over the Poppy is the speed with which he can farm camps, and we're not really seeing a lot of that. As Kroko is legit he's just standing guard. They just want to get a solo. That's all he's there for. And they will be able to pick it up. Of course, not first turtle, but that was already picked up by DRX, thanks to their help play on the top side of the map. Also, Kingen, very good, going for Blade the Rune King, expecting him to go for the Sunfire or Frostfire next as well. Deft.
Pulling. Dove's here. And to Ornn, that's just a little back massage. He doesn't really care.
That's cool. Yeah, it's first strike. That's just free money right there, baby.
True.
Easy peasy.
Yeah. And especially in these game states where it's like 2-1, you kind of got your Lucian, you're just sitting mid, you're not really doing anything, you're not looking for big fights. It can get value, but there is a Rift Herald available. So now you don't have culling for that.
Yeah, Arlos are coming over.
But
again.
Let's see. I mean, Moonlight Vigil going to get an insane amount of value for this point in the game. You take a look at Deft. He's already really low on health here. Binding onto Dove, it looks like, as he's going to call the Ornn Horn now, looking for the Morgana, and they should be able to get him. Charm as well onto Deft, but he immediately cleanses that one. Nicely done, as I believe it was smited away by Pyoshik, which did lead to his demise. But that does mean now that, of course, the Sandbox will not pick up the objective.
And that's a win. I think for DRX giving up one kill, not the end of the world. But my main issue is that in of itself is a good trade, but I'm pretty sure you're losing Drake for this. And the team with the Drake lead has been doing exceptionally well in any of the games because Drake's right now kind of busted as Closer might run into a trap. Has a flash. Angry Crocodile.
This Croc, he's adding more to his diet. Closer has heal, but he is going to charm and probably will die. No, he's going to flash away. Down he does go. Well, down the lane to his survival.
Yeah, to safety.
That's really what I meant.
Down to his house where he just enjoys a leisurely afternoon as
cup
overall.
of tea.
Yeah. Prince, yeah. You're getting a fair amount of poke damage done, then switching over to Graviton, locking down Deft. But Dove not able to actually connect immediately with the Ornils, has to wait till a little bit longer. And Pioshik giving up his life to deny the Heralds, and then the cleanse very nicely done by Closer, both threatening Pioshik and then throwing a charm off to the side that I think Deft might not have expected. But crucially, no Drake for Liv Sandbox. They are gonna have to work for that one. Prince going for the BT second. Really like that build into what he's playing into. Ton of extra survivability that you're desperately gonna need.
It really does feel like it's kind of interesting, you know, when we watch the coach interviews sometimes, you know, they don't say too much, they don't want to reveal too much, but we did hear the coach of DRX song. He was just like, yeah, we're gonna fight fire with fire. We're gonna get in there. We're gonna fight them. And it kind of leads off of what you were saying as well, Chronicler, where it's like, we know what Liv Sandbox are going to do. They're going to come into us. They're going to be over-aggressive. So let's fight them when they do that and capitalize on their mistakes. And so far, I mean, in the last couple of games at least, you know, in the one they won, the last one, and here in these 17.5 minutes, it has looked good for DRX. It has been a nice turnaround as they have moved towards that style of play. Unfortunately, as I do mention this, they are going to give a free Drake to Liv Sandbox. DRX not going to fight over that one.
Yeah, Kingen going for the Demolish proc here. Should be able to get a turret, so quite a nice trade.
Yeah, Kingen
Can they pick someone?
Kingen has TP, but it's a little bit late as Beryl is getting pretty low, but that's a lot into the Nami. Here comes a big Croc looking for more. As Closer goes in, that's another cleanse as he lands the Everfrost. This is all up to Closer. Prince, though, not able to follow up here as Devour so incredibly important to fight against DRX's comp.
And overall, Drake goes to Sandbox, but DRX pick up a side lane turret. A lot of gold going into Kingen here. And he has been playing so much better in these last two games, actually applying a ton of pressure. I'd hesitate to call the play for one player or another, as here we go.
Kingen with Black Shield just running in. And Dove, he is going to get away. But you can begin to see where there is power within this composition of DRX.
The downside for them, of course, is they are on a timer. And the timer is Prince's third item. Because once that third item is done, if multiple people clumped up get hit by a Inferno, you just all die. Even with Kingen going into a what I hope will be a Sunfire, I think that build is very, very strong here. Might be a tall ask, as overall, we see the attempt at cancelling the knockup, not going to be the case, but crucially, Beryl doesn't actually get 100-0, Dove doesn't find anyone with his ultimate, and then this Crocodile spells a little bit of doom, but because Prince and Closer are still both full health, there isn't actually a possibility for them, as Prince can move that far forward, knowing he still has a Devourer in his back pocket, so he doesn't have to be too worried as long as he doesn't get straight up 100-0. Then Deft sitting on 2 items. Now, I think this right now is it's the Chem Tank, also a great item. This is the biggest spike that I think we're going to see for DRX. I think this is where they need to find a decisive fight, get the Baron, push this gold lead as far as you can.
Yeah, dive turrets, you know, like they did. As long as, you know, obviously it's not too dangerous of a position. If you feel like you have the opportunity, go for it. So for them, this Ocean Soul, I mean, the individual Ocean Drakes are better now, but I still feel like it's not going to offer too much. It can help if you get a couple, and then let's say later on in the game, Moonlight Vigil comes out, pokes down half your health. Maybe you can regen from there. That's one angle where you can enjoy that Ocean Drake value, but yeah, it's no Hextech Soul.
Prince really needs
no Mountain Soul.
So yeah, he's been sitting on this for a really long time.
Here comes another potential dive as the Gravitum does come in, and it's Liv Sandbox always looking for fights. Denied with that one is Beryl with the tidal wave, but he's going to pay for it with his life. So Dove is going to take the kill as well because he deserved it.
I would rather have seen that one go over to Prince, but they don't want to waste time. And now, gonna shove in here, but I think he needs back. I don't know how much gold Prince is sitting on, but it's a ton. Would rather cash in on that. Seka moving forward, but they are on vision.
Yep. There's just more time bought here for Liv Sandbox as BT is the buy here, of course. Finishes that right away. It's going to offer him a lot more survivability just outside of a Devour.
And as we do see, this is the combo I was talking about earlier. It is a Gravitum ultimate that is then immediately combined. Because for Def, like, what do? You get hit by Grav, you're standing still, and Ornor hits you and you die. But Barrel valiantly gives his own life to make sure that his carry stays alive.
So funny. Even watching the replay, it was such an easy give from Duff. And he's like, no, I'll take this kill. I deserve it.
Yeah.
He stopped my Ornhorn. That's not fair. And yeah, he just bonks him on the head for the last hit, as you do. And yeah, I mean, it's, again, it just feels like more time bought here. Live Sandbox can give 1, 2, even 3 Ocean Drakes and not feel too bothered by it. I don't know if they will because it's Live Sandbox and they're teleporting Ari to mid to fight.
They are. Yeah, they're fighting.
They have an Infernal Drake as well with their scaling composition, but they're fighting.
That's level 12.
Let's do it.
As Croco, of course, CC, important, but not too bothered by the binding if there's no follow-up. And as per usual, it's all about Prince. Take a look. And I agree with you. I don't even feel like this Dragon is going to have too much value outside of the top laners, because generally, both these two teams will win or lose the fight in the first 5 seconds. So, you know, the team fight value of a soul not going to be that relevant.
Yeah, I mean, especially compared to what they could have had, but
if
still.
it's Mountain.
Yeah, if it's Mountain, I mean, this game is decided on the next couple of Drake fights, but it doesn't have to be that way, Live Sandbox. But, you know, that's up to them. They're the ones playing the game.
Side lanes aren't real, though.
They haven't been real for a while.
That's what you need to remember.
Okay, so everybody on Live Sandbox is on Vision. And it seems like they have a good idea of where the Renekton is, but let's see if they actually do find him. Dove is going to be playing kind of bodyguard here on the side. We still have not found the Croc. As a nice little bit of poke, that's Devour already used, and Zeka, he's back there. The Croc is right here in the front, actually, as now the Ornhorn comes in. In goes Zeka, gonna deny this one. Gets a massive ultimate onto the entirety of the team. Goes Stasis as well. And Live Sandbox, they're gonna have to get out of here. A huge Moonlight Vigil, though, and immediately this fight is turned around.
There's Drake.
Dove does die, but guess who's full health? It's Prince. As in goes Steph, tries to kill Croco, nearly does as a binding onto Closer, and Kingen is massively fed here, but Prince is going in against 5 of them by himself. The guy is a madman.
Pyosik is so low, he needs to be careful.
The bindings have been so huge here from the side of Pyosik. He is really trying to get this one going, as in goes, nope. Zeka not going to go for it as well, as in we go. The smite this time, it's on the side of Pyosik as Kyle is going to be CC'd down, and they just back away. 1 kill in the entirety of that trade.
And it wasn't even a champion that killed Dove. It was Drake. Dragon killed him. That's the, that's the state of the game right now. And yeah, for Sandbox, you do not need to take that fight.
Get him, Dove.
The fact that it was as close as it was is kind of mind-blowing, because this is the strongest I think the DRX comp gets. Like, they have a 2-item power spike on a Renekton that's like 50 CS up 2 levels, and Zeka finds backline access, right? Like, crucially, the rest of his team, his Crocodile gets thrown away, so he doesn't get as much value. Then hits a really big double stasis so that KL doesn't 100-0 him. As a result, there's enough damage available here. And then, yeah, very funny. Really gets me. And if either team plays it poorly here, they get aced and lose the game. But instead, like, Kingen can go in because he's fed. Prince doesn't actually do that much damage yet, crucially, right? Because he's only sitting on 2 items, doesn't have IE yet. And as a result, this is just a back and forth. Morgana should have an edge in these situations when it comes to smiting due to, in this scenario, the fact that they're playing with a man up, of course, also has the W, if you want to try and burst it out as well as you can. Very close, but they're going to be, I think it actually might have been the W, because I think I saw the Dragon with 14 health there.
Yeah.
But you don't need to fight that as Santos. They did.
Yeah, I know.
But you don't need to. So the fact that they don't lose the game outright there is good, but DRX, it's just a completely different team, right? Like, they're playing so much better. Their angles have been great.
Zeka's engage really got that going for them.
The only thing that's right now working against them is time. They need to get as much done as they can before Prince hits critical mass. Look at King inside as well.
Yeah, he's been a menace, and this is one way to pull apart the team comp of Live Sandbox is to side lane and use your Renekton. I mean, that's just a huge winning point. I mean, Kingen is level 15 right now. He's 2 levels ahead of his own mid laner. He's about to hit 16. Like, get that Croc in a side lane, as the blue will be secured here by Croco. And let him do stuff. As Prince is okay. A little bit of interesting spot there. Moonlight Vigil is going to sail into the abyss.
Yeah, there is no objective available besides the Baron. Don't think that Sandbox can go for that one. Prince, gonna back now. Don't think he'll have IE yet. Should be getting closer now. As maybe enough money for a DF sword is gonna see a bit of posturing. Side lanes again, completely ignored. At this point, I'm not joking anymore. Dove, buy a gold generation item. Actually do it. Like
yeah, I mean,
it actually is good at this point. Like if you're sacking this much waves, go for it. It gets you a warding item eventually. You know, get more wards.
It's not expensive. Just do it. I mean, it's expensive in terms of the farm you trade, but you're not farming anyway, as you've mentioned. Yeah, I wouldn't mind it, especially because we are truly just K-Ram enjoyers here.
Oh yeah.
In this series now.
And DRX, they're both one good fight away from winning this game and losing it, right? As Prince.
Okay, that BT gonna help out a lot. Kyle actually eating a ton of that damage, so Deft finding a big chunk of gold for himself as he is nearing his own Infinity Edge.
Looks like Closer going for a similar build here. As, yeah. We have, it feels like we have legit just sat in mid lane.
We have.
For 5 minutes.
We have.
And now we are getting ready for the next fight. Again, Sandbox, you don't have IE on Prince. Deft has just finished his.
Give him a second Ocean Drake, it's okay.
Fight this. Like, as DRX, you have Sterix on Renekton, Infinity Edge on Deft.
Fight this.
Fight this, throw everything to try and get a fight.
Run at them. Put your Black Shield onto the Renekton and run at them. Okay, you can put it on Deft too, that's fine. Just create action. If you are DRX, you have a gold lead.
They're so strong right now.
You have item spikes, even double mask and a stopwatch for the Morgana. Like, everybody's build looks perfect. Okay, this could get interesting.
Pretty sure.
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure on the back, Prince has his IE as...
That's the Devour. For just the dash, Deft is going to take 100 ton of damage, but Croco goes in by himself. He's getting 100 to 0'd, and down he does go as they access the backline, but it's just going to be Dove going to the Wolves as well.
Look at Prince.
Prince does have a crazy amount of damage. He's going to find Pyosik from miles away. He goes into the Croc and immediately goes down. The one guy that you could not go into. And immediately Kingen will shut him down and punish Prince.
And that might have been it. DRX gonna get the mid lane turret at the very least. Yeah, now Prince buys his IE. If he has IE, that fight might not have been close. Oh, they're going for Drake. They don't want to take the risk because Pyosik isn't alive. It's understandable, but it also means that even with that gold lead,
it's just an Ocean Drake.
Yeah.
It's a crazy fight, though. That looked like the one to maybe blow the game open. You can see that Live Sandbox, you know, maybe even it's the lack of experience, something we talked about in the beginning that we weren't ready to believe until now, perhaps, that is leading to some of these decisions.
Yeah, Deft's playing this so well, right? Immediately forces the Devour with his dash forward, and then on the subsequent fight, Croco goes in, but crucially doesn't kill Deft. There's no Devour, so he dies, and Prince's Moonlight Vigil goes into a Renekton. Kingen, at this point again, so incredibly strong, and if Prince...
No.
Yeah, not allowed. If you have Devour, that's okay. If not, you die there. And if Closer dies there as well, I'm 100% sure they go for Baron.
Look at that reaction time. Kingen came to party today. The focus on these players is really intense. And that's one way to use your Fed Renekton. I suppose you don't have to side lane if the Aphelios does run into you.
Especially with this build, right? Like, he is so strong right now. GA gonna help him a lot out as well. And The item spikes, as much as we joke about it from Sandbox, again, didn't have IE in that fight, didn't have Death Cap. Croco and Dove are both working on a budget, so as a result, it's tough. The downside is Croco.
He's trying to bait it for this charm, and it is going to be Def that goes down, but it might be Closer as well. He's got another Spirit Russian down. He will go to his team with that massive shield. So that's raid.
Oh, this game, Valdez.
It's actually turning into a series. I cannot believe it in some way, but you know, the way it's been going the last 2 games, you're beginning to understand how DRX are pulling it off. It's going to be Dove taking a lot of poke here. That's going to be King now in the front, though. It is extremely dangerous on both sides, I think, to frontline now.
Yeah.
Because
really
there's insane burst damage on both sides.
So much threat available. Closer there. Teal nerves. Like, if he doesn't kill Def there, that might be the game. Because then they get Baron, they break everything open, and that could be the end of it. Not the first time we've seen Croco overextend, trying to look for a flank, especially against the Morgana. That can backfire easily, but then, yeah. Black Shield completely invalidates the ultimate, but then crucially, both a great Devour, as Closer was able to make his way out, and...
Saving Private Closer.
Oh yeah, and that kill on Deft is absolutely astronomically important. Prince getting closer towards his Lord Dominix, and overall Valdez, even with this Gold League, this game, basically 50-50 at this point. It feels like whoever wins the team fight, whoever gets the Baron first, starts to pick up all the standing gold, especially on the side of DRX, is going to win this game.
And it might just be over a Baron. You know, we've seen this time and time again. This is the LCK. Will we see some sort of a flip? I mean, especially with both teams and the insane amount of damage they have, especially for the side of Live Sandbox and their Aphelios. You could look for that, but they might just go for a side lane Lissandra. Kingen has TP, and Zeka is just going to get out of there. Uh-oh, Beryl is like right next to the Aphelios.
Ooh, calling the bluff here, DRX is. Thought they were going to shove in mid, but don't have to wait. We'll have it now.
Yeah. Vision not great for DRX. It's mostly being cleared out. They have one on the backside that's going to be Closer, forcing it. This one finds Zeka. Not the guy you wanted to run into, but now who's trapped in here with who? Dove is zoning them away. Zeka is going to use his E to get out, and the Moonlight Vigil is gigantic, as they are going to have to heal through that one, and the follow-up damage is huge too. They might just go for a burst on the Baron. That is exactly what they will do.
Oh, Dominus still available for Kingen. There's 5 members.
Dove is the bodyguard. The binding lands.
Teleport available as well.
Dove can only survive for so long. The damage is there, though, onto the Baron. And that's the knockaway, which is just gigantic. You can see that DRX, they can't fight from here if they don't have a Renekton. So Baron is swindled away. Live Sandbox are still in the game.
Heist successful here. It was a very, very careful one. Kingen, if he gets under the back line, Live Sandbox lose. DRX, if they're able to actually kill Closer there, Sandbox probably get taken down as well. But now, upgrade coming through here for Closer. Still, DRX, they have been sitting on a gold lead this entire game. Sandbox is just never ahead.
Yeah, it's happened before. I think it happened in game 1.
Well, G8 for Kingen here.
Yeah, okay. Now he's really got to send it, right?
Oh, I mean, they have to.
We got to get this.
There's no
this
plan B
crocodile.
anymore. They might. Oh, yeah, it's a Baron.
Yeah, they're just gonna give it up.
Yeah, it's not the soul point either, or it's sorry, it's soul point, not the actual soul as well. So it's understandable.
It's probably what Liv Sandbox should have done earlier in this game, but
not probably, Valdez.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We've been saying it a lot. It's time to draw the line.
Oh.
But yeah, certainly makes things more interesting. I do hope that we don't sit in mid for 5 more minutes, and that Liv Sandbox actually do make use of their Baron buff. Still a minute 30.
Well, Baron buff doesn't help you 5v5, Valdez.
True. Well,
a little bit. A little bit.
Yeah, it's small amount. Not as much as Elder buff.
No, that's the real.
That's the real 5v5 buff.
And even with the spikes that have been hit, like I need to reiterate, I think the DRX comp still has such an incredible amount of backline access between Zeka, Pioshik, and Kingen that if they get on top of Prince, you just win the game. It should be very hard to do so because again, on a standing gold, you're playing into a Kench and Poppy and Ornn. And Prince's positioning in teamfights has been very good, but
outside of that one Gale Force.
Yeah, no, that was...
but maybe he learns. Maybe now he'll be like, okay.
Let's hope so.
I can take it slower.
Yeah, he should.
No guarantee, though. I think that DRX, the experience they have, should benefit them hugely.
It's showing, yeah.
There's so much pressure in this series, in this game, for both teams, and I think that DRX, especially their bottom lane, should be able to hold their nerves steady. Doesn't mean they're definitely going to win, but I think it will be a nice little veteran buff, if you will. As, well, that's a little bit scary. Nice follow-up there as in we go. Not quite going to land on the deft as we do have the Ornn Horn coming out here. Prince looking to front line a little bit. As ults on both sides, you can see that Deft has insane amounts of damage himself as well, even in this later stage of the game.
Oh yeah, especially with the first strike build. The amount of damage you can do with a calling is huge. Crucially though, Prince, using his Moonlight Vigil there, not getting any value. Also doesn't have low doms yet. But you also see the value of that BT shield, right? Like able to heal up very quickly again.
Okay, Charm comes in, Everfrost as well, trying not to use his ultimate as Zeka nearly dies. One Spirit Rush. He's going to be forced to use it, but he does not go down. And he's got teleport. Not like there's an objective on the map just yet.
We sit, Valdez. We sit for 2 minutes, and then maybe we sit some more. Oh, what a series.
This is turning into a crazy one.
I'm loving it.
With how many 3-0 votes there were, by the way, 2,400 gold right now for Prince. So we're buying at least one item.
And stopwatch, probably? Okay.
Hex Drinker.
Okay.
It's not really going to help against the Lucian, but certainly will against the Lissandra.
Yeah, I can imagine that in the case where you do get, where they do get on top of you, like a stopwatch value might be tough to really get a lot out of, especially into champions like Morgana or Nami that can really utilize the timer that you find yourself in. But yeah, we're not fighting in between. I don't think. We're just gonna sit and take it easy.
Yeah, we got him in a half.
Oh. As thank you, G-Sun, or Yundo, Endless Carpet Space, and the backup. 1,000 gold has been gained this game for Deft's first strike.
1,047.
Yep.
Curious about the damage too.
I assume we'll get that one on a later notice. As now the setup begins for the Drake in a minute, which is an Ocean Soul around 1,300 damage. So that's all right. But I think the amount of gold that he gets sitting on a full build at this point, although, you know, with 40 minutes in, sitting on a full build is pretty reasonable regardless. As
look at that one ward.
Very valuable. And they also have the Scuttle, the most dependable
Mr. Scuttle
of jungle creatures. Yep, get Prio, and then the other team gets Prio, and then we just wait.
And they're doing a nice job of cutting out vision here. You see Kingen dodges that charm. Could have taken a big chunk, but he is Renekton, so level 18 as well. It's not really too bothered, especially with Dominus and Black Shield available.
Yeah, it's 0 back. That definitely does.
Oh,
here they go.
Okay, well, it might be bothered by this. They're looking for depth on that backside. The Black Shield is fantastic and closer. It's going to go down. And they're looking for Prince now. The Devourer comes in as out goes Prince, looking to front to back. Should take out the GA. But only the GA. We still have Poppy coming in as well, and that is a massive setup. They're going to get into that back line, but Deft is going to live. Deft is going to live, but so will Prince. But the rest of Prince's team is dead, as now Prince running forward into the team of DRX does not seem to care at all. And he's just going to have to back away. Maybe he can take this down. He's on vision. He doesn't know.
No, that's going to be soul point for DRX as well.
Should be. Prince can't take the risk.
One by one, Sandbox trying to go deep on Deft. Walk into the meat grinder, Valdez. 7 Drakes!
The Morgana pick showing its value here in the later stages of the game. How are you going to get onto a Lucian that is this slippery?
As, yep, starts off again. Like, Closer, especially without a stopwatch, like, you just, that doesn't work. Death plays it out very nicely. And Kael's forced, Kingen creating so much pressure here. And then the moment arrives here where Dove is able, Crocodile and Dove are able to set up this knockup, but Death doesn't actually die. If Death dies, Prince walks in and this game might be over. Instead, they lose the fight as now they're going
That's
to
some
Baron.
deft-ending play right there. He's trying to make this a carry performance, and he might just be able to. The Poppy ult misses. The damage from Prince.
Look at Prince!
Is going to be denied. The Devourer comes out extremely early as we still have Croco on the Baron. Zeka very much away from his team. The Baron secured. As now Croco going to be shut down, but down goes Zeka as well. And the Moonlight Vigil is there once again. Look at the 80 carries. Def with the Black Shield going toe-to-toe with Prince. But now Prince taking 0 damage and having a front line the entire time. Def trying to poke back. That is immediately going to put an end to that.
Prince had flash. Gilfor's there as well. Doesn't want to take the risk. If you flip there and you lose, the game is over. Baron buff now for DRX. 42 minutes in. Game still on the knife's edge. Can't believe Zeka going in a little bit too early here. It's again Dove that splits it up. Him and Closer do such a good job of zoning, so Zeka, yes, he can stall, but can't actually do enough. Closer or Croco Redder, Ice Cold with the smite, gets the Baron. And then Kael goes in, doesn't hit the knockup. Death gets out. Black Shield getting insane value. But Prince, at this point, it's so hard to play into Nephelios this late in the game. And
well, we didn't even see the burst at the end.
Oh my god, this game.
It was big burst. It was big boom boom, trust me. And that is why Prince and the rest of his team backed away. Croco with the Warmonks.
It's I don't even know if this game is over when we fight for the soul. Or maybe one team just doesn't feel like fighting for soul.
Yeah.
Maybe they want to wait till Elder.
Maybe the Ocean Soul isn't good enough.
Dove isn't here.
Yeah, that's full build Lucian. He doesn't have any boots. He doesn't need them anymore. He has GA available and Morgana and a BT.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and Rapid Fire, which is in this case actually very nice as Prince do it. Yep.
Yep.
There we go. Yep.
Same for him.
Yep.
He's going to finish the
he's waiting
Mal Mortius.
He's waiting for pot.
Yeah, 20 gold.
Suspense.
And
because the previous one timed out and
pot.
Pod.
There you go. All right. Better to set up now than later, right? With 2 minutes to go until the Drake.
Can't believe we don't have a frozen hard yet on Santos. I think it's might come through now. Croco building towards it. Has Warmux as well. Very valuable into the amount of poke. Can now tank a culling. Still get back into the fray, but oh, Valdez.
Knight's Vow for Kael. Going to be used on the Prince here.
Shocker.
Yeah, personally, I would have gone for Dove. I think he's...
Yeah?
No,
Yeah. Really utilized damage reduction well on a champion.
Yeah.
I can't die very... Oh, actually, I mean, into death. Like, you die. You do die.
You would die, yeah.
You die.
The game is balanced in that fact, where fountain lasers are a thing.
And 5 more minutes, and we are going to tie, or a break, the longest game of Summer Split. And this is game 4 in the playoff. That's the sickest part of this, because whoever, I mean, obviously if Sandbox win, they win the round. But imagine being Sandbox and losing this one.
Yeah, I don't know how you would come back from it. It wouldn't be likely, and I think the reverse sweep angle would be huge. That's not the guy that you want to dash into, by the way, Def. But again, he has so many tools to get in, get out, and kind of just go unscathed.
It's are we going to flip the game over an Ocean Soul? Is that what's happening?
Yes.
Is that what we're going to do?
Yeah.
That's the approach? That's it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
That's the approach.
Why
yes.
not?
Yes, Chronicler.
Let's do it.
And it's going to be Okay. Red gun pull down here, looking for some of that damage onto the front line, but Kingen just gonna get healed up as we got the Poppycopter. See you later, Lissandra, as the damage comes out onto Kingen.
Oh, Prince not autoing though.
Yeah, they're just gonna run to the Drake.
Yeah, should be able to get this very, very quickly. That's gonna be given up.
No, they're gonna try the angle here. Closer looking for it. The Ornhorn, not that much value, just the Lissandra. Is now on the front line. There is Deft looking for his angle. Closer as well.
Kingen has flash. They're running. They're gonna run towards the bot wave.
And they absolutely can. Now with Ocean Soul, everybody's basically got Warmog. So now the poke that comes out from a culling from a poke.
Oh no.
Nope, they're not gonna do it. Dove was like, maybe I should side lane. No, you know, when you're down 180 CS as Dove, I don't think now is the time to start side laning. So he's just gonna go back with his team.
Well, it's actually finishing Frozen Hearts like 500 gold. It's such a high value passive. It's actually really big that he doesn't have it. I don't know how much gold he's sitting on, but if they can give him like a wave or a camp or two, it's bad resources usage there because the passive is so good. Going into Renekton, into Deft. Oh, Croco, you're on vision, my guy.
Yeah, Closer feels like he wants to be the guy to end this game. He's been the one really looking for those angles. And he knows that he can charm pretty much anyone, even Kingen at this point. Like we talked about, you know, 6 items, no
Doesn't
boots
matter.
for both AD carries.
Doesn't matter.
If you get charmed, you're probably going to die.
Oh, one skill shot can end it all. As that ward still hasn't been spotted yet.
Yeah.
And yeah, with this amount of damage available, you're just going to start it up. They know, again.
They know they're all on that brush. Pyosik is just fishing. Pull in there, Kingen just front lining as they're going to get started here onto the Baron once again.
Good luck with this one.
Okay, that's the Poppy ultimate onto the Morgana. That's no jungler now for the side of DRX. And they're not going to get into the pit. The culling doesn't do pretty much anything. Nice bubble, though. Is going to follow up there. Deft desperate to try to get more. But it looks like it's just a Baron as Zeka. Nope. Not going to be the one to pull the trigger.
No one wants to be the team that fails to make the play and end the game.
I think Closer is the one guy in my mind that actually, him and Prince maybe, Zeka, you can see him looking for angles too.
Deft as well. Deft is.
Yeah, Deft as well.
He's ready.
Both 80 carries.
Yeah.
Both 80 carries are, like, they're trying to carry really hard right now.
One more minute, Valdez. Think we might have a record breaker on our hands here.
Oh, I think absolutely.
Full Deft ball.
There's no way the game ends right here, right?
Right?
Right.
It's right. As Sandbox have one plan.
Love this from Sandbox.
Just run. Just run with 5 people
They don't have,
down a lane.
They don't even have vision on the bottom side. They're just like, no,
don't
no,
need
it's fine.
vision. They're a unit, Valdez.
Prince on the top side of the lane, Dove on the bottom side of the lane. And that's all they're going to do.
Deft's damage.
It's 49 minutes in with Baron buff, right? So this is just the,
Closer.
the angle, and there is a dead Nami. Down goes Nami, and the heal comes out immediately onto Closer. He's got TP. I don't know if you want to TP right onto that. Oh, okay. It's back far enough. His teammates can protect him. But this is incredibly nerve-wracking. I mean, how do you make the decision? Flash from Closer. As I said, it looks like he wants to be the one to end the game.
Look at Kingen. They're going to try!
Okay, they're going to try to end this game. They get the knock-up on a Depth. They get one Nexus turret. They just need one more in the Nexus, and that would do it. Culling comes out, and you see Live Sandbox. Not ready. They're waiting for the next wave.
Oh, Baron buff for 1 more minute.
Teleport for Dove. He's coming back.
Should have Frozen Heart. Longest game of the split, Valdez.
We have passed the mark. And Dove
Here
is
they go.
ginormous. He is so thick. And he is the front line right now as Zeka tries to get in. He's gone to Zhonya's, and Dove is just zoning for his team. Zeka is getting some angle there to actually zone them away, but Deft can't do anything. He's getting zoned out of this one. Goes into his GA, and it looks like that should be enough. Deft tries to kite it out, but that will do it. Live Sandbox take it down 51 minutes, and you will see them in the next round of the LCK playoffs. Sponsored by Rebank. What an incredible game that we had here. Game number 4, Live Sandbox. They get the job done.
And in the past, this team might have let some people, we won't go into further detail as to who it was, down in these high-pressure situations. And what an incredible development. What a year for Live Sandbox. Being able to go from a team known for choking in these exact scenarios, for not being able to deal with the pressure, and beating out some of the most experienced players that we have within the LCK.
Prince looked like he was about to just faint there as he bowed. And it is unfortunate for the DRX fans.
Oh, yeah.
It is not a good feeling. Deft not able to do it, but shout out to him, man. He tried his hardest. He tried so hard to carry it from there on the Lucian so many times, dashing forward. The comp was crafted for him to carry, but at the end of the day, it was just a bit of a team diff, I think, in this one. Live Sandbox get it done in 4 games, and a lot of us were surprised to see a 4th game. And that should tell you how much favored Live Sandbox was coming into this one. That is Prince's dad. And another friend, maybe, who was going nuts right beside him.
As overall, DRX putting up such a better showing, and perhaps even giving faith to the people that will never cease to believe for a miracle run in the gauntlet. Deft at Worlds one last time. Still possibilities, Kael.
Kyle is still shaking from that game. I would be too.
Kael's awkward energy is just perfect for a situation like this as well.
I honestly think he was rattled from the game.
Well, I mean, in the game he was stone cold.
Sure. I mean, I think he played like a really solid and secure game, especially for this guy. But yeah, you could tell. Like, the adrenaline was just pumping there.
As Croco knocking over some bottles, gonna put them back up. Not playing Lilia this time around. And overall, what a wonderful first series here for round 1 of playoffs.
Longest game of summer.
Oh, it was. Oh, they had practice. It was Sandbox
against Guangdong. That makes sense too.
Yeah, overall, Sandbox persevering. I think in the key moments, definitely the stronger teammate today. But DRX going from Hanwha Live to challenging Sandbox like this, still an incredible achievement. Zeka and Deft, absolutely wonderful games. But man, I don't know who I'm more impressed with in terms of nerfs, if it's Prince or if it's Closer, because you pointed it out how insanely scary it must be as Closer to go like Flash Charm.
Yeah.
Spirit Rush Charm. And like, if you miss play and you die, that's the game. Like, that's the end of it. Oh. And the game, like, we have to recover from that, Val. That's like, we're just sitting here watching it.
My heart was pumping there at the end. It was such a crazy game. I mean, it's so, we're in such an awesome spot. Like, we didn't get 5 games, but at least we got that banger of a 4th, right?
Was it a perfect? No. Side lanes.
No.
Completely ignored. People gill forcing into Renekton's. Everyone running into the Deft meat grinder, but sometimes you just want to see explosions. And
Deft's performance in this game, that's something to be incredibly proud of. This won't be the last time you'll see him this year. There will be the regional playoffs that we do have, of course, after the summer finals. So you can look forward to watching there if you are a Deft fan, which I'm sure there are many of you. Shout out to Prince, too. Unbelievable nerves of steel. Always seeming to make the right decision. Made the one Gale Force mistake. Yeah. Everybody gets one. I think he was pretty rock solid outside of that mistake.
I'd agree. And
very dependable.
The fact that DRX was able to hang on to this game as long as they did, despite the fact that outside of the Lucian, I don't think the scum skills well at all, was a remarkable achievement in of itself.
일단 터미널.
Dove just not bothered by Deft.
Those like micro skills there on Lucian. He was gonna win that fight.
Yeah, he would have.
Insane. Kyle's talking a lot. Him and Kroko obviously, who was screaming to hit the Nexus.
Oh, the size of relief.
It wasn't even like a scream. It was just like, oh.
Deft still did the most damage in the game. Holy, unbelievable.
60k flat. He just dumped a giant
Look at this
60k
gold
anvil
graph.
on their heads.
Look at this gold graph.
And they still couldn't win. Prince almost 60k, but not quite 60k.
Oh.
59.6. Both of them way over 1,000 damage per minute. Makes sense when you go to 6 items and you sell your boots. Fountain lasers. We were truly blessed by the LCK gods to have an amazing series here, especially those last couple of games, as DRX put up a fantastic fight there. But that's going to do it for us here on the casting desk. We'll see you for more tomorrow, but we do have the analysts' carpet space ready and waiting, so let's hand it over to them right now.
Oh boy, well, 3-1 Andes rise up. The win is there for the side of Liv Sandbox. DRX, though, making it very competitive at the very end, where at the beginning was looking like it was going to be a blowout, a 3-0, but they say no. They reinstill a little bit of faith, and obviously, as Valdez and Chronicler were talking about, this is not the end of the line for them. There are still the regional qualifiers, and I think if they could show up like they did here today in those last 2 maps, they certainly have an opportunity of making a deep run.
Yeah, but for LCK title contention, that's Deft's last chance, unfortunately, taken away, so we will have to say goodbye to him here in the LCK, a man who has such a legendary career here and does finish with a bang on this Lucian game. And for me, I think some of the lack of experience for Liv Sandbox actually did show in this final game here. You know, first best of 5, some of these players have played in the LCK. Like Kyle, yeah, he's played a lot in Challengers, but he hasn't really had that same experience as the players on DRX have had in playoffs. And not being able to close this game out cleanly, I think did give some big opportunities for DRX to come back in this game. And it's definitely something to think about and look at when we go into those semifinals for round 2. In terms of drafting here, was a big fan of the Morgana in particular here for DRX. Lissandra dive style does mean the Tom Kench is going to be the better pick than Lulu. But overall, I liked both drafts here, and for me, this was my favorite draft from DRX of the series.
I love the Morgana response into some of the junglers that we're seeing at the moment, specifically the Poppy, the Vi. Also think it's playable when there's Sejuani, Orange showing too. I didn't love it with the list just because of the double magic damage, and it makes Merc Treads incredibly valuable. I think that did help Liv Sandbox in the back half of the game. But while we're talking about some of the more general performances, I know that Prince is the huge standout of this team. This guy is in just unreal form at the moment. But I also want to give a lot of credit to Closer, one of the members who I feel like really did step up and, lacked some of that experience, but I think really came to his own. Trying to playmake on the Ahri, he was the one finding the aggressive angles, the aggressive plays in the back half of the game. We're really opening things up for Liv Sandbox. That's really, really good moving forward, looking at the other mid laners that he's going to have to topple in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, looking like a very well-rounded team. I mean, this is why they were able to take down T1, 2-0, kind of blow them out of the water with a very one-sided series. Yeah. Did falter a little bit. I think, like Wolf was kind of alluding to it. It feels like maybe that, that new experience coming into this, best of 5, a lot of pressure, huge audience in front of you. It can really add on to that. But they were able to find stability at the very end and just narrowly eke out this map for victory to be able to take the series. Otherwise, who knows what it looks like. Maybe that new experience on this big of a stage, this much pressure can spiral out of control, and a game 5 goes the way of DRX. So they found stability at the very last moment. But you kind of mentioned it, the Lucian from the side of Deft didn't look great the first time that we saw it here today, but in this game went absolutely nuclear, dropping over 1k DPS per minute there. And we'll go ahead and take a look at him in our first highlight.
Yeah, I mean, Deft did so much in this game in terms of how the late game was played out. Lucian is a champion that really only Ruler is finding success with in the late game in the LCK, and Deft, despite all these resources put onto him, he's got the power of the Black Shield in this. The Bloodthirster gives him just enough healing, just enough shielding here to actually survive in the last final moments. His movement here is fantastic. He does a ton of damage, and I wanted to pick this highlight out just to show Deft because it's his last playoff game of his career, and he did so incredibly well on this Lucian pick when he was given the resources to actually pop off. And it's just a thing of beauty watching Deft stand up to the likes of Ruler on the solution pick, which I thought was going to be a huge weakness for them in the later parts of the game based on what he's done with it so far this season. However, the opposite was true in this game.
It's bittersweet. I know I'm the newest face here in the LCK, but I can think back to, my younger days. Deft was actually the reason I started watching the LPL, because when he went to EDG, I had to keep on watching Deft. This guy, what he means to the league, he's played on some of the best teams we've ever seen in the LCK, thinking back to the Samsung Blue Days even. KT Season 8, I thought was the second strongest team at Worlds. It was a legendary roster, and him winning with Score was one of the coolest moments for me personally in LCK history, so... bummer to see him go, but definitely a legend.
I mean, still always that opportunity for the regional qualifiers to, get back in
Yes.
there. So while the LCK season is done for him, there still is a chance to get some more Deft action. We'll have to just wait and see how he performs there. But yeah, I mean, started things off really nicely. Was looking like a powerhouse. Maybe was going to be able to drag the team over the line. And from that last replay, from then on, we just kept seeing skirmish after skirmish, and a lot of these were won by very narrow margins.
Yeah, I mean, we just grabbed this highlight to showcase again the power of Black Shield and how this composition could work around the Lucian. And there were so many other team fights we could get, and I think some of the ones that Live Sandbox did win in the end that actually closed the game out for them were very much about setup and the full item builds and their comp just being way better in scaling. The positioning of Prince was incredible this game. And there were so many fights we watched, like, yeah, Deft in this one also popping off with that Bloodthirster with the Black Shield. But knows Prince's positioning was fantastic as well on the bottom side of this. And Prince just in general, I think, proved how versatile of an AD carry player he is this game. And we've seen so much of his Aphelios in the past, but we've never seen like full build Aphelios from him. Perfect positioning nonstop when there is a huge full build Renekton threat on the other side. There's Lissandra on the other side. And he was making all this happen even without the Tahm Kench there beside him. He was just doing it purely on his positioning alone. And just wanted to highlight both AD carries having such a phenomenal game of League of Legends here in our first round of 8 match.
And what else can we ask for? Prince, I feel like, has just made a giant splash in the LCK, stepping back into Live Sandbox. And for him to take down Deft in a 40-plus minute marksman duel with 6 items in Deft's final game in LCK playoffs, that's a great story. And maybe we see Prince, kind of take that crown and run to be one of our next future long-standing LCK marksmen. And I really hope he continues with this form, because the form that Prince is in right now, he is one of the best marksmen that we have in the world. And I'm really curious to see if Gen.G draws him. I know it's something you want to talk a lot about, Wolf, moving forward, but I want to see a best of 5 between Prince and Ruler. I really feel like that could be an awesome series.
I mean, it seems incredible. There's already a lot of discussion online about, who is better. Is it Ruler? Is it going to be Prince here in the LCK? And we'll maybe have to wait and find out. Maybe we will get that clash down the line. But let's go ahead and see who got our play of the game here for our 4th map. And it's going to be Prince. Unsurprisingly, I think somewhat only died once throughout this, absolute just back and forth battle, but still managing to come out on top.
For me, I think that Prince is a consistent piece of this roster, the one who shaped this roster, right? He wasn't with the team in spring, came back to the team into the summer season, and like Glory, who shaped Nongshim last year in summer season, a big candidate for the most game-changing, team-changing player of the year across all major regions. And we never worry about Prince. He's going to perform well. I think he showcased a different aspect of his play tonight. But I think looking forward here for Live Sandbox into whether they face off against T1 or Gen.G in that round 2 matchup, we'll be at the rest of the team picking up the slack in terms of consistency, playing around objectives a little bit cleaner, playing around setups a little bit cleaner, because Prince is going to pop off. You can play around that most of the time, but against a stronger opponent in one of those 2 round 2 teams, the rest of the team, I think, will need to step up to match Prince.
Ooh, 13 for 13. Not bad. I like that call out with Liv Sandbox trying to step up around Prince. I mean, one thing, though, that I think it's worth highlighting, this is the only region that's still on 12-14. And with the strength of the marksman that we have on this patch, it really feels like this is going to be a playoffs defined by the marksman. So if Prince can keep on playing at this form, who knows how far Liv Sandbox can go.
We'll have to just wait and see, but for now our interview is ready, so we'll just go ahead, throw down to the stage and hear from Ji-sun with the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview for the Uri Bank 2022 LCK Summer Split Playoffs POG interview. We are here joined by Prince and Kroko, the POGs of the Best of 5 series. Congratulations, guys. Thank you.
1년 만에 플레이오프
You guys made it to
진출에
playoffs
이어서
after
2라운드 진출은
1
리브
year,
샌드박스
and then this
팀으로서
is the
처음이거든요.
first time
그만큼
ever
오늘의
for
승리는
Leap
리브
Sandbox
샌드박스에
to
있어서
make it to
큰
the
의미가
second
아닐까
round
싶은데
of
호구
playoffs.
선수부터 승리 소감
Krako, what do you
들어보겠습니다.
feel?
일단 저희가 1, 2세트를
So I think in the first two games we were able to get a very easy win. So I think starting from game 3 we got caught off guard. You know, we were not fully concentrated, so they came back and we kind of dropped the ball. We lost the momentum, but I'm so relieved that we were able to secure the win in the end.
승리를 가져가게 됐고요.
Well, you guys managed to bounce back after losing game number 3, and Prince, our LCK All-Pro team second team AD carry, you have been popping off this entire split.
저희 연습 과정이 좀 좋지 않았어.
So our prep was not that good, to be honest. So I was really worried heading into this playoffs. But I was pretty confident in my personal individual performance, so I was still pretty feeling okay. What do you feel about this win then?
승리 소감은 진짜 힘드네요.
It was really hard. It was exhausting. Especially that game number 4 was so neck and neck. So Krako, Leap Sandbox, was not able to find a huge success in best of 5 series so far. So how did you manage to overcome this? Well, I think we changed a lot as a team. You know, we had new players joining us, and also Dov has a lot of experience, so he gave us a lot of advices heading into this series. And then Prince, what did you guys focus on in terms of drafting as you guys were playing best of 5? Did it go as you planned? Well, in fact, you know, draft is all about the result. You know, people kind of judge the draft after knowing the results. I don't want to reveal too much about our strategy. I'm just so happy that we got the win. And Krako, this time around, you guys were one step ahead of DRX in terms of macro plays and ganks and just the entire map play. As a jungler, were you kind of satisfied with your performance today? Well, I'm not happy with my performance. I got carried, kind of. So I'll do better next time. Not sure about that because I think you did a great job. But who was the driver then? Who carried you? Obviously. And Prince also nodding a little bit. And then Prince. So you got both of the POGs and Aphelios for game 2 and 4. Whenever Aphelios Tomcat spot duo was secured by Leap Sandbox, you guys always dominate the bottom lane. Do you think that's the best comp right now? Well, our coaching staff and the players, they just fully trust my Aphelios, you know? And also Kyle does great job on the Tomcats, kind of defending me, you know, protecting me. So yeah, I think it all comes down to how kind of I pilot that pick. I want to get back to game 3 though. So you guys did drop that game and we had Nilla versus Zeri matchup. Are you okay? I have a question. Could you tell me about your thought on Nilla Zeri matchup on the bottom lane? So I've been seeing that matchup recently a lot, and this is actually pretty viable. You know, Nilla is pretty viable right now. She's pretty good at every aspect in terms of AD carry. So I think we might see her even more often. So after we won, we had a lot of discussion on our mistakes. But after we lost that game 3, actually our coaching staff told us more about our mentality, how to kind of pick things up in order to, you know, come back stronger for game 4, and also about the strategy because we are switching sides. Then Krako, when was the turning point for Leaf Sandbox in game 4? I mean, it was so close, so I'm not really sure. You know, I can't really pick one point. But in the end, around the inhibitor, you know, we were standing in front of them, and I kind of realized and figured that we were actually having a huge lead. What was on your mind when you were on the enemy, around the enemy nexus and their base? Well, I was focusing on that Renekton, you know. I have to mark him. And then Lucian was pretty low, so we got the kill. And then he had GA. So I was a little bit flustered, but other than that, everything was going well. And at the end of game number 4, we had literally a diamond cut diamond fight between two barefoot AD carries. So how did you manage to kind of stay focused up until the very last moment? So when you get to play this kind of a extended game, you know, you have a sweaty headsets, you know, it's kind of uncomfortable. It really kind of sometimes it distracts you, but today it didn't really affect me at all, you know. I was able to fully concentrate until the very end. Live Sandbox is one match win away from making it into the Dream Stage LCK finals. Who do you think you will see in the playoffs round 2? Who do you want? To be honest, I think both T1 and Genji are so strong, you know. It's gonna be a really tough challenge for us, so I think the utmost goal is us playing well and doing our best, you know. It's gonna be a hard match regardless of the opponents, so I hope we can do our best in the upcoming playoffs round 2. And Prince, your father also came to Lowell Park to support you. Any words over to your family and fans? I mean, we did beat T1 in the regular split, and we were never able to take Genji down, but I think best of 5 series is something else, you know. I think T1 definitely has a huge edge over us, so just like Rocco said, I think we really have to do our best to prepare for the upcoming best of 5 against the 2 Titans. I hope to see you guys at Gangneung, and this will be the end of the interview from the POGs on the side of Leap Sandbox, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun, for the wonderful translation. As always, good to hear from the players, and good to hear that they're having some very realistic expectations and concerns about moving forward. They're not, you know, going complacent and getting overly cocky. They're saying, yeah, we're going to have a really tough battle ahead of us. We need to be prepared for it. So it's good to see. But let's go ahead and take a look at our updated playoffs bracket here. As well, here's our match result first.
Yeah,
3-1.
3-1 scoreline here. No one got those 3 zeros, except Cubby was able to predict 3-1. But going into this round 2 matches, and Achilleos as well, of course unofficially, but officially, for me, I think, based on what we saw from Live Sandbox there, at least they got a best of 5 under their belts here, because you could see Prince was sweating, so he felt calm, he was kind of in the zone. You could see like the sweat pouring off of his forehead. There was a lot of pressure in that game, super high attention. He didn't choke, but we'll see how the form of KT and Damwon Kia looks tomorrow. Yeah. But I'm still, for me, I'm thinking, you want to avoid Rascal on the top side if you're Genji. Live Sandbox still a little bit shaky on objectives, which has been Genji's strength. I think Live Sandbox is going to the top side of the bracket, regardless of what happens tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see. What about you, Cubby? What are your thoughts?
It's a really curious decision that Genji has, because I think that Live Sandbox, effectively, they're a team that plays a similar style, even more aggressive towards bot lane. And, you know, you have Ruler of the Hens, so you feel good about that. But also, Genji's the super team. And, you know, KT is a team that's going to punch you in the mouth and try and take all your turrets. I feel like with the changes that we've seen and Dragons having more health, that kind of slowed down KT's style. And if I'm a super team in Genji, maybe I feel like I have better odds, you know, taking on the early game team and trying to get out, assuming that KT is going to be getting out tomorrow. So I think it's going to be a really interesting decision that Genji has to make.
I mean, pressure mounting, but there's only one way to find out, and that's to wait, because the action, it might have been wrapped up here today on the first day of the Uribank playoffs, but we have plenty more to go, 5 consecutive days as we go through this week, and then Damwon versus KT will be taking on each other in yet another best of 5 to see who's going to be able to advance forward, and then from there we'll see who chooses who and what those semifinal rounds look like. But that's going to do it from us here this evening, guys. It's been a pleasure to be back here in an official capacity on the LCK broadcast, and I can't wait to come back and join you guys once more to host the desk. But that does it for us for tonight. We'll see you guys here same time, same place tomorrow.
looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the wall.